Carl Jung reveals the dark psychological meaning behind your dislike of cleaning the house. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. In today's video, we're diving into a surprising truth. Your dislike of cleaning the house isn't just procrastination. It may be a shadow message from your inner world, revealing emotions, wounds, and hidden parts of yourself that are asking to be seen. When you understand the psychological meaning behind the clutter around you, you begin to understand the clutter within you, and that awareness alone can transform your life, your energy, and your emotional freedom. As you listen, notice which insights resonate and ask yourself, what is my home trying to tell me about my inner state? Let me know your thoughts in the comments below and share your own experience. Your perspective may help someone else on their journey. 1. Your home reflects your mind. Your home reflects your mind in ways far deeper than most people realize, because the physical space you live in is a mirror of your psyche, quietly revealing what the conscious mind avoids confronting. When Carl Jung spoke about the outer world being a symbolic expression of the inner world, he pointed directly to the truth that the environment you create around yourself is never accidental. The clutter on your table, the clothes draped over a chair, the dishes you keep telling yourself you will wash tomorrow. These are not simply tasks left undone. They are emotional signals. They represent the chaos, avoidance, and unprocessed feelings that sit beneath the surface of your awareness. The disorder becomes a physical expression of the unresolved conversations within you, the suppressed memories you do not want to revisit, and the lingering emotional weight you have not yet had the courage to lift. Avoiding cleaning, then, is not laziness, but an unconscious resistance to facing hidden parts of yourself, because every item out of place pulls on an emotional thread you may not be ready to follow. Dust settling in the corners mirrors the stagnant places in your inner world. Piles of clothes resemble identities you have tried on, outgrown, or abandoned, but never fully released. Unwashed dishes become symbols of emotional responsibilities you continue to postpone. Jung's insight that the unconscious always seeks expression becomes obvious the moment you pay attention to your environment, because everything you have avoided internally eventually manifests externally, asking you to notice what your spirit has neglected. This is why cleaning the house can trigger discomfort. It is not the physical labor, but the emotional confrontation. Every corner you touch forces you to acknowledge something within yourself. When you move objects, you disturb the stillness around memories you tried to ignore. When you throw things away, you symbolically release parts of your past. When you reorganize a space, you realign your internal world toward clarity. Cleaning becomes a quiet form of spirituality, a subtle spiritual awakening in motion, because it invites you to face your own energy rather than escaping it. Your home becomes a map of your emotional state, showing where you feel grounded, where you feel overwhelmed, and where your soul has been asking for renewal. As you begin to understand this, cleaning transforms from a chore into a dialogue with yourself. You start to see that restoring order outside helps restore order inside. Each surface you wipe becomes a clearing of stagnant emotions. Each object you place intentionally becomes a reaffirmation of who you are becoming. The act of creating cleanliness becomes a form of claiming your inner space again. And the more you engage with your environment consciously, the more your inner world responds by shifting from confusion to clarity, from heaviness to movement, from emotional resistance to emotional flow. Cleaning becomes not a task, but a symbolic healing ritual, a way of bringing light to the parts of your psyche that have remained in shadow for too long. So when you feel the resistance to clean, you can now recognize it as a message from the unconscious. The clutter is not mocking you, it is calling to you. Your home is trying to show you where you have been overwhelmed, where you have been avoiding yourself, and where something inside you is ready to transform. And as you gently bring order to your physical space, you open the door for your soul to follow, allowing your spirituality, your emotional clarity, and your spiritual awakening to rise naturally from within. If today's insight opened your eyes, comment below. I choose clarity to show your commitment to creating a home and a mind that truly supports your growth. 2. Mess as symbolic communication. When you begin to look at the space around you with deeper awareness, you realize that every unwashed dish, every pile of clothes left waiting, and every dusty corner is far more than a physical inconvenience. They are symbolic messages rising from the unconscious, forming a quiet psychological language that reveals what your inner world has been trying to say. The clutter becomes a subtle reflection of your emotional state, showing you exactly what you have postponed, avoided, or denied, because your home is not just where you live. It is an external expression of your inner landscape, shaped by your emotions, your memories, and the unresolved pieces of your past. Carl Jung often reminded us that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And when you walk through your home, you can see this truth in action. The untouched stack of papers mirrors the decisions you feel afraid to confront. The neglected laundry reflects the responsibilities you feel unprepared to carry. And the dust lingering in the corners represents the emotions you have allowed to settle, because facing them feels heavier than ignoring them. As uncomfortable as it may be, what you refuse to clean is often the exact thing your soul is urging you to acknowledge, because the resistance is never about the task itself. It is about the meaning behind it. As you move through each room, you begin to understand that the mess is not judging you, but guiding you, showing you where your psyche feels overwhelmed or disconnected, and revealing the internal blocks interrupting your spiritual development. This is where spirituality becomes practical and personal, because tending to your environment becomes a form of self-dialogue, a way to face the parts of yourself that have been quietly asking for your attention. When you clean a closet, you are not just reorganizing objects, you are clearing mental space. When you wash dishes, you are rinsing away emotional residue from the day before. When you sweep the floor, you are symbolically sweeping away the stagnation inside you. These simple actions become transformative because they connect your physical world with your inner world, showing you that caring for your space is an act of caring for your soul. By seeing your home in this deeper psychological and spiritual way, you begin to approach clutter with compassion instead of shame. You start to understand that your environment is not a reflection of failure, but a map pointing toward the parts of you that need healing, grounding and intentional attention. Cleaning becomes a spiritual practice, a quiet ritual of alignment where your hands move through physical objects while your mind softens and your heart opens. Each small task becomes a step toward harmony, revealing that spirituality is not something separate from ordinary life. It is woven into the way you create order, restore balance, and honor your inner state through the care of your outer world. And as you tend to your home with awareness and sincerity, you begin to notice how the act of cleaning helps you return to yourself more centered, more clear, and more connected to the deeper wisdom that has been trying to reach you through the language of your surroundings. 3. Cleaning as a Jungian ritual of transformation. To clean consciously is to step into a quiet ritual of rebirth, because every gesture you make is not just about organizing objects, but about releasing old energy that has settled into the corners of your life. When you lift a piece of clutter, when you wipe dust from a forgotten surface, you are not only restoring order, you are engaging in an intimate conversation with the parts of yourself you often overlook. Carl Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this is exactly why your home becomes a living reflection of your inner world. The mess you see outside is often the emotional and psychological weight that sits within you. Cleaning, when done with awareness, becomes a gentle yet powerful bridge between your conscious and unconscious mind, what Jung called individuation, the process of integrating your shadow and your light so you can reclaim your whole self. When you avoid cleaning, it is rarely laziness. It is a silent resistance to facing the parts of you that feel overwhelmed, unbalanced, or unresolved. Your environment holds memory. It holds unspoken stories. It holds emotional residue that you have not yet had the courage to acknowledge. So when you avoid wiping that counter or clearing that corner, you are not avoiding the task. You are avoiding the confrontation with your own inner chaos. Through the lens of spiritual wisdom, your home is not just a physical space. It is a symbolic extension of your psyche. And every object you ignore is a message your soul is waiting for you to read. But the moment you choose to clean with intention, the meaning shifts completely. Each movement becomes a quiet transformation of matter and meaning, because as you release the buildup in your outer world, you begin releasing the buildup within your inner world as well. You feel the shift long before the room is fully clean. The air becomes lighter, your thoughts become clearer, and your breath settles into a slower rhythm, as if your nervous system finally believes you are safe enough to let go. This is why cleaning can instantly change your emotional state. It reconnects the fragmented parts of you, reminding you that you are not powerless in the face of your own mind. As you continue, you start to see that chaos was never the enemy. It was simply unprocessed energy waiting to be witnessed. Conscious cleaning transforms the room, but more importantly, it transforms your relationship with yourself. You step into the role of the observer, the healer, the creator of your inner and outer space. With every item you put in its place, you integrate a piece of your shadow. With every corner you illuminate, you reclaim a piece of your clarity. With every decision you make, you remind your subconscious that you are present, awake, and willing to participate in your own transformation. And as you move through your home with this deeper understanding, cleaning becomes less of a chore and more of a spiritual conversation between who you have been and who you are becoming. You realize that order is not the goal. The goal is alignment, presence, and the courage to face the emotional dust that has settled inside you. And in that quiet, intentional movement, you embody the deepest message of Carl Jung's teachings, that true change begins not in the grand moments, but in the small, conscious acts through which you choose to meet yourself fully. If you're ready to turn cleaning into a Jungian ritual of transformation, comment below. I restore my inner space. Let this be your commitment to your own spiritual growth. 4. The archetype of purification. Cleaning has always carried the quiet echo of ancient purification rituals, where bathing, sweeping, or washing were never just chores, but symbolic acts of clearing psychic residue from the soul. Long before modern homes existed, people cleansed their spaces as a way of resetting their inner world, letting dust, water, and motion become messengers of emotional renewal. In this sense, your dislike of cleaning is not laziness. It is the psyche sensing that purification requires inner confrontation. And as Carl Jung taught, what you resist persists, meaning the more you avoid this symbolic cleansing, the more your inner clutter quietly grows. Water, in Jung's symbolic language, represents the unconscious with all its hidden emotions, unspoken memories, and dormant truths. This is why a simple shower can calm your mind more effectively than hours of thinking, because water washes not just the body, but the emotional field. When you clean with water, rinsing a cloth, wiping counters, or washing dishes, you are symbolically renewing the emotional layers within yourself. The moment water touches the surface, the unconscious begins its subtle shift, reminding you that emotional clarity and spiritual awakening often start with simple, physical actions that realign your inner world. Every repetitive motion in cleaning, folding, scrubbing, sweeping acts, like a moving meditation that settles the nervous system and slows the mind's noise. In temples around the world, monks sweep the ground slowly, not because it is dirty, but because the rhythm clears the mind. When your hands move in these patterns, your breathing steadies, your thoughts soften, and the body naturally enters a state of presence. This is why cleaning, when done without rushing or resentment, can feel strangely soothing, almost like the mind is exhaling. Yet the resistance arises because cleaning forces you to acknowledge parts of yourself you would rather avoid. Dust in the corner mirrors neglected emotions. Piles of clothes reflect postponed decisions. A cluttered room reveals a cluttered psyche trying to speak. Jung taught that your environment is a direct extension of your inner landscape, and this is why the room you avoid cleaning often represents the emotion you avoid feeling. Tidying becomes an emotional doorway, one that requires honesty, patience, and a willingness to release what no longer fits your current identity. But there is quiet power in this ritual. As you clear a surface, your thoughts become clearer. As you put things back where they belong, your energy begins to reorganize. As the room opens, your mind feels spacious again, making room for insight, creativity, and inner peace. Cleaning becomes a symbolic shedding of outdated energy, a way of preparing your inner temple for transformation. It is not the dust that weighs you down. It is the emotional stagnation stored inside it. In moments like this, spirituality is not something abstract or distant. It happens in the small gestures, the slow breaths, the subtle shifts. Each act of cleaning becomes an invitation to step deeper into your spiritual awakening, reminding you that healing does not always come through grand rituals. Sometimes it happens through the gentle movement of your hands as your inner and outer worlds slowly return to harmony. 5. Resistance and shadow work. When you resist cleaning your space, you are not simply avoiding a chore. You are confronting the ego's defense mechanism, a subtle psychological shield protecting you from seeing truths you are not yet ready to face. Carl Jung described this as shadow resistance, the unconscious pull that keeps you clinging to familiar chaos because change feels more threatening than disorder. Your mind convinces you that the mess is harmless, but every untouched corner reflects an untouched emotion. The clutter becomes a quiet hiding place where your unprocessed fears, disappointments, and doubts stay comfortably buried. Even when the room frustrates you, a part of you chooses it because it mirrors what your inner world has carried for years. As you move through your home, each pile of clothes, each stack of dishes, each layer of dust becomes a symbolic message written by your unconscious. The ego whispers that leaving things as they are is safer than confronting the discomfort that comes with transformation. Jung taught that the shadow does not ask for perfection, it asks for honesty. And honesty often begins in the smallest, most ordinary places. When you avoid cleaning, it is not laziness. It is a silent ritual of pain, a way of saying, I am not ready to move forward, without ever speaking the words aloud. In spirituality and spiritual development, this avoidance reveals where your inner light is blocked, where healing has not yet been allowed to enter. Shadow work invites you to look beyond the surface and see what the disorder is trying to tell you. Familiar chaos becomes a cocoon that protects you from the emotional clarity you secretly fear. A clean environment demands accountability. It forces you to see yourself without distraction. A messy one gives you permission to postpone growth. This is why the resistance feels so powerful. It protects the parts of you that are still fragile, unready to be exposed to the light. But the moment you acknowledge this, something shifts inside you. You stop fighting the mess as a problem and begin seeing it as a mirror. Each small action, a shelf wiped, a drawer organized, a floor cleared, becomes an act of reclaiming yourself. You are not just cleaning. You are declaring to your unconscious mind that you deserve order, clarity, and peace. You are gently telling your shadow, I am ready to see you. I am ready to heal. You begin to understand that the way you treat your space is the way you treat your emotional life. Chaos outside reflects chaos inside. And when you start bringing order to one, you naturally begin soothing the other. Your environment becomes a classroom for your spiritual development. Every corner holds a lesson. Every item you put back in its place reminds you that you too have a place within yourself that is waiting to feel settled. And every moment of resistance becomes an invitation, a chance to meet the shadow with compassion instead of fear. By recognizing the psychological meaning behind your reluctance, you step into deeper self-awareness. And as you soften into this awareness, the resistance loses its power. The space around you slowly transforms, and with it, so do you. If this insight on resistance and shadow work resonates with you, subscribe for more Carl Jung-inspired wisdom that turns everyday habits into powerful tools for inner transformation. 6. Cleaning as self-worth and healing. Many people think resistance to cleaning comes from laziness, but when you look closer through the lens of spiritual wisdom and the teachings of Carl Jung, you realize it often comes from a much deeper wound: low self-worth, the quiet belief that you do not deserve a peaceful or orderly space. Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this truth becomes painfully clear when you avoid cleaning, because the clutter in your home begins to mirror the clutter inside your heart. When you walk past a pile of clothes or ignore the dishes in the sink, you are not just avoiding a task, you are avoiding a part of yourself, a part that has forgotten it deserves clarity, beauty, and breathing room. This is why, the moment you pick something up with intention, your soul feels it immediately. Something wakes up inside you, as if your inner self whispers, "You are choosing to live again." Cleaning, then, stops being a chore and becomes an act of self-respect, a sacred declaration that you are worthy of renewal, and every small movement becomes a gentle reminder that you still want something better for your life. As you continue, you begin to notice something strange but powerful. Your energy shifts. You breathe a little deeper. You stand a little taller. You begin to reclaim parts of yourself that you abandoned when you stopped believing you were worthy of peace. Carl Jung taught that the soul speaks through symbols, and your home is one of the clearest mirrors of your unconscious mind. A messy room becomes a map of stagnation, a sign of emotional exhaustion, or even a quiet protest against a life that has felt too heavy. But when you move with purpose, even in small steps, you break the spell. You remind your unconscious that you deserve care, you deserve order, and you deserve to feel alive within the walls of your own life. Cleaning becomes a sacred ritual of dignity, not a punishment. It becomes the moment you tell your past pain, "You do not control me anymore." With every item put in its place, you rebuild your vitality. With every corner you clear, you make space for new energy, new clarity, and new beginnings. Jung believed that healing does not always come from grand breakthroughs. Sometimes it arrives quietly, through simple daily acts that reconnect you with your forgotten worth. As you clean, you are not just restoring your home, you are restoring yourself. You are choosing to honor your spirit. You are choosing to awaken to your value. And when you begin to feel that shift, even just a little, you start to understand that cleaning is not merely a task. It is an intimate journey back to the truth that you deserve peace. You deserve beauty, and you deserve a life that reflects the strength and light you carry within. 7. The home as a living temple. Your home is more than a physical structure. It is a quiet, breathing extension of your soul, reflecting truths about you long before you speak them. Carl Jung often reminded us that the outer world mirrors the inner one, and nowhere is this more visible than in the space you live in each day. The walls hold your unspoken emotions. The arrangement of your belongings reveals the rhythm of your inner life, and the energy of each room reflects a different part of the psyche you may not always acknowledge. When you step into the kitchen, you are entering the symbolic hearth of your personal power, the place where nourishment and energy are created. The way you maintain it often speaks to how you handle your own inner fire, whether you tend to it with care, ignore it out of exhaustion, or push it aside because facing that power feels overwhelming. As your eyes move toward the windows, You're not just looking at pieces of glass, but at symbols of truth, insight, and illumination. Clean, open windows reflect a mind willing to receive clarity. Covered or clouded windows suggest the opposite, a hesitation to let in the light of awareness, to see yourself without filters or excuses. Every forgotten corner and every neglected surface speaks a psychological language of its own. What appears to be a pile of clothes or scattered objects may actually be fragments of unresolved emotions, delayed decisions, and inner conflicts you haven't had the strength to face yet. Jung's insight that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, becomes painfully clear here. Your home quietly reveals the stories your mind tries to ignore. When chaos accumulates in your environment, it signals that chaos has begun to weave itself into your thoughts. And when order returns to the outside, peace begins stitching itself slowly back into your inner world. An aligned home creates an aligned psyche. When your surroundings are balanced, your nervous system relaxes, your mind becomes sharper, your emotions flow more gently, and your spirit feels supported. This is why cleaning is not merely a practical task, but a symbolic ritual of reclaiming your inner alignment. Each time you clear space, you clear energy. Each time you organize, you gather scattered parts of yourself. Each time you bring order, you tell your inner world, I am ready to return to myself. As you move through your home, your living temple, you participate in a subtle yet profound act of healing. The environment responds to your intention, and you respond to its transformation in return. This dance between inner and outer worlds is not accidental. It is a part of spirituality, a step on the path of spiritual awakening, where your surroundings become a mirror of your consciousness. When you treat your home as a sacred extension of your being, you begin to feel how every shift in your space echoes a shift inside you. And the more lovingly you tend to that space, the more effortlessly your spirit begins to rise. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss any powerful insights like this. And if you're ready to honor your home as the sacred temple of your inner world, type in the comments, "My home reflects my highest self." 8. Integration. From shadow to wholeness. When you explore the idea of cleaning through Carl Jung's perspective, you begin to see that this simple act is really a form of inner integration. Because every time you clean, you are not just organizing objects, you are quietly bringing your light and your darkness back into harmony. Jung taught that whatever you avoid externally mirrors something unresolved internally. So when you resist cleaning, it is not because you lack discipline. It is because a part of your unconscious is revealing what feels scattered, heavy, or forgotten within you. Cleaning becomes a living symbol of the inner sorting process that spirituality and spiritual development always demand. Deciding what memories to release, which emotions need attention, which beliefs no longer belong, and which aspects of yourself are ready to be reclaimed. When you pick up a single item and return it to its place, you are practicing the same inner movement of putting your emotional life back into order. When you clear a surface, you are clearing mental fog. When you sweep a floor, you are sweeping the parts of your psyche that are asking for renewal. Because of this, cleaning is never about creating a perfect home. It is about healing through awareness, about letting matter and mind move in synchronicity instead of conflict. Your house does not need to be flawless, but it becomes a mirror that speaks to you, showing the exact state of the relationship between your consciousness and your soul. A cluttered corner reflects a cluttered emotion you have put off. A disorganized room mirrors a part of you that feels ungrounded. A task you keep avoiding reveals a truth you are not ready to face. Jung's famous reminder, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate," reveals its full power here. Because the more you avoid your environment, the more your inner world stays untouched, unintegrated, waiting for you to finally look at it. Cleaning then becomes a gentle form of shadow work, not dramatic or overwhelming, but steady, grounding, and deeply human. When you clean with awareness, you start noticing how your energy shifts. The air feels lighter, your chest loosens, your mind becomes quiet enough to hear yourself again. This is the real transformation, the subtle restoration of the connection between your inner self and the physical space you live in. The act of cleaning becomes a spiritual ritual, simple, practical, and powerful, showing you that healing often begins with small movements. And as you continue, you learn that integration is not about erasing the darkness inside you, but about understanding it, accepting it, and giving it a rightful place so that your entire being can breathe in unity. And when you finish, even if it is just one drawer, one table, or one corner, you feel that something inside has shifted too. You sense clarity, calmness, and alignment returning to you. You realize the real goal has never been a perfect house, but a restored relationship between your consciousness and your soul. A moment of inner harmony that tells you your outer world and inner world are no longer fighting each other, but finally walking together again. 9. Final lesson: presence as the true ritual. When you finally understand yourself through the lens of spiritual wisdom and the insights of Carl Jung, you begin to realize that transformation never arrives in grand, dramatic moments, but in the quiet decision to act with intention. It begins when you choose to clean one surface, clear one drawer, or restore one small corner of your home. Because these simple actions are far more symbolic than they appear. Jung famously reminded us, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And this truth becomes strikingly clear the moment you notice how your resistance to cleaning is not about laziness, but about the emotions, memories, or internal chaos that these tasks quietly expose. A messy room is often a reflection of a cluttered mind, and every time you avoid tidying, you are unconsciously avoiding something within yourself that you don't want to confront. Yet the moment you choose to act, even in a tiny way, something shifts. Wiping a table or organizing a drawer becomes more than a household chore. It becomes the first sign of internal alignment. Energy softens, your mood becomes lighter, and you feel a subtle sense of grounding, as if your inner world recognizes the change. Scientists have long said that our physical environment shapes our neural patterns, and spiritual teachers echo this through generations, reminding us that outer order triggers inner renewal. When you take a deep breath and return to the present moment while cleaning, you give your mind a chance to reset, recalibrate, and reconnect to a calmer rhythm. William James once said, "The greatest weapon against stress is our ability to choose one thought over another, and choosing to clean consciously is exactly that, a choice to interrupt chaos with clarity. As you move through your space with intention, presence becomes its own form of prayer. You start to feel how the very act of attending to your environment is also attending to your soul. Instead of rushing through the task or resenting it, you begin to honor it. Each motion becomes slower, softer, and more aware. The simple act of folding a piece of clothing or returning an object to its place becomes a quiet ritual of grounding yourself back into your life. In this way, presence transforms an ordinary moment into something sacred. It reminds you that you are capable of shaping your inner world through the outer one, and that healing is often found in places you overlook. And when you stay with that presence long enough, you realize that attention is the first prayer, and presence is the only ritual. Cleaning becomes a practice of meeting yourself exactly where you are, not running from the chaos, not numbing the discomfort, but gently facing it. Through every mindful movement, something inside you begins to reorganize itself too. Your energy becomes clearer, your emotions settle, and a softer, steadier version of yourself emerges. This is the rebirth that happens quietly, not through dramatic breakthroughs, but through the simple, intentional act of returning to what is right in front of you and choosing to bring order, clarity, and awareness into it. When you finally understand that your home mirrors your inner world, you begin to see that avoiding the mess was never about laziness. It was about listening to the parts of yourself you've been afraid to face. As Carl Jung taught, the outer disorder often reflects an inner conflict waiting to be acknowledged, healed, and transformed. And once you recognize this truth, every small act of cleaning becomes an act of reclaiming your peace, your clarity, and your power. If this message from spiritual wisdom brought you insight, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you never miss any of our upcoming videos. Your journey to deeper awareness continues from here. Carl Jung exposed the shadow side of intuitive introverts. Are you one? Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung, welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we dive deep into the hidden layers of the human psyche. In today's video, Carl Jung exposed the shadow side of intuitive introverts. Are you one? We'll uncover the unseen forces that shape how intuitive introverts think, feel, and connect with the world. These insights aren't just theory, they're tools for transformation. As you listen, reflect on your own patterns, your solitude, and the symbols that guide your inner life. How much of what you call intuition might actually be your shadow speaking? Share your thoughts in the comments. Do you recognize this side of yourself? Your awareness could be the very beginning of your personal growth and happiness. 1. The nature of the intuitive introvert. Carl Jung described the introverted intuitive as one of the rarest and most complex psychological types. A soul that perceives the world not through logic, but through symbols, images, and archetypes arising from the depths of the unconscious. Unlike those who rely on facts or external validation, these individuals navigate life through an inner compass, guided by invisible patterns. Their perception is turned inward, attuned to what is forming beneath the surface of reality, sensing potential before it manifests. To them, the material world is only the outer shell of a deeper spiritual reality. Every event, every encounter, carries meaning that transcends its surface appearance, and their awareness continuously translates these hidden dimensions into intuitive understanding. Such people often live as if they stand between two worlds, the visible and the invisible, the personal and the collective. Jung believed that their consciousness is directed toward what is still in the process of becoming, toward energies taking shape in the collective unconscious. This gives them a visionary quality, an ability to detect emerging possibilities long before others can see them. They perceive undercurrents of transformation moving through society, through relationships, and even through the fabric of time itself. Yet, this sensitivity can be both gift and burden. In a world that prizes logic and external achievement, their inner orientation can make them feel misunderstood or isolated, as though they speak a language that few can hear. For the intuitive introvert, intuition is not mere imagination, but a sacred sense, a spiritual instrument capable of perceiving the architecture of destiny. They often receive insight through dreams, symbols, or sudden flashes of awareness that feel like whispers from the divine. This form of knowing bypasses reason and connects directly to what Jung called the collective unconscious, the universal field of archetypes, memories, and spiritual energy that binds humanity together. Living in constant contact with this inner dimension gives them a natural inclination toward spirituality and spiritual awakening. Their inner life becomes a sacred landscape where meaning unfolds like a revelation, and through silence and solitude, they begin to understand the divine order behind apparent chaos. But the same ability that allows them to see what others cannot also requires profound inner stability. Because they sense what is unformed, they must learn to anchor themselves in reality without suppressing their intuitive flow. Many intuitive introverts struggle with self-doubt, questioning whether their perceptions are real or imagined. Yet spiritual wisdom teaches that truth often arrives as a quiet knowing, not as proof. The challenge of this path is to trust one's inner guidance while staying grounded in daily life, to honor the symbolic without losing balance in the tangible. In their journey of spiritual awakening, intuitive introverts discover that their gift is not to escape the world, but to illuminate it. They become translators of the unseen channels through which divine ideas enter human consciousness. When they embrace their inner visions without fear, they help others glimpse the deeper harmony of existence. This is their calling, to live as bridges between worlds, to bring light from the invisible into the visible, and to remind humanity that every intuition is a message from the soul seeking to awaken through us. Have you ever felt that your intuition sees beyond what others can grasp? If you've ever sensed hidden meanings, symbols, or energies that guide your life, share your experience in the comments below so others can learn from your spiritual wisdom. And if you're just beginning to explore this side of yourself, comment, "I'm awakening," to begin your journey as an intuitive introvert today. 2. Living between worlds. Those who live between worlds carry an extraordinary sensitivity that allows them to perceive the invisible long before it becomes visible. They can feel transformations stirring beneath the surface, sense emotional shifts in others before words are spoken, and foresee events that have not yet taken shape. Carl Jung described this as one of the rarest and most mysterious psychological orientations of the intuitive introvert, guided not by logic or evidence, but by an internal compass rooted in symbolism and unconscious knowing. This type moves through life attuned to patterns that most overlook. Yet, the modern world often distrusts what cannot be measured. It demands proof, data, and clear reasoning, creating an exhausting tension between what the intuitive perceives and what others accept as real. Living within this gap feels like existing between dimensions, one governed by facts and another illuminated by spirituality. This inner dissonance often leads to quiet withdrawal. When others misunderstand or dismiss their insights, intuitive introverts retreat into solitude, not out of defeat, but self-preservation. Their silence becomes both a shield and a sanctuary, protecting them from the noise of a world that cannot comprehend their depth. Jung warned that when a person's inner truth is rejected, it can descend into shadow, transforming intuition into doubt and sensitivity into self-criticism. The very gift that once connected them to divine intelligence becomes a source of confusion, as though their own mind betrays them. But beneath that silence, something sacred is happening. Solitude becomes the soil of spiritual development, a place where the intuitive learns to translate the language of the soul into conscious understanding. Through stillness, they begin to realize that intuition is not meant to be proven, it is meant to be trusted. It is not the product of imagination, but the whisper of the unconscious, guiding them toward higher awareness. As Jung said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." This awakening unfolds when they stop seeking validation from the world and start honoring their inner vision. They begin to see that spirituality is not a distant concept, but a living presence moving through every subtle perception, every dream, and every feeling that cannot be explained by logic. When they embrace their gift without apology, their silence turns into strength, and their solitude becomes communion with something greater than themselves. The intuitive introvert's purpose is not to escape the world, but to act as a bridge between the seen and the unseen, to give form to the formless, meaning to the mysterious. They are called to merge insight with expression, reason with intuition, and action with inner peace. When they learn to live in harmony with both worlds, their presence becomes a quiet revolution. They do not need to prove what they sense. Their very being radiates understanding. In this balance lies the true essence of spirituality, a life guided by unseen wisdom, grounded in purpose, and illuminated by faith in the invisible threads that connect all things. 3. Jung's dark warning. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals a haunting truth about the intuitive introvert, a personality gifted with deep perception, yet burdened by its own inner world. He warned that when such a person fails to express their visions through art, words, or creation, the same force that could inspire greatness can turn inward and destroy their imagination. Once a sanctuary becomes a labyrinth. Jung believed that every symbol and image born in the unconscious demands expression. For if ignored, it begins to rule the mind from the shadows. Until you make the unconscious conscious, he said, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. For the intuitive introvert, life is not lived through facts or logic, but through invisible patterns and intuitive knowing. They see meanings that others miss, sense movements of energy before events unfold, and live attuned to archetypes that speak in symbols rather than words. But this sacred sensitivity carries danger. When inner images are not brought into form, they gather power, haunting dreams, distorting emotions, and slowly taking possession of the psyche. The intuitive introvert may begin to lose touch with reality, drifting between visions and delusions, unable to tell where imagination ends and truth begins. Jung called this state possession by the unconscious, a spiritual paralysis in which one becomes the servant of one's own unexpressed depths. To prevent this collapse, Jung taught that expression is not optional, it is medicine. The intuitive introvert must translate their inner world into outer form to stay balanced. Whether through painting, writing, music, or simple conversation, creation becomes a sacred act of grounding. Jung often asked his patients to draw their dreams or sculpt their visions because the act of expression gives shape to what would otherwise consume them. Without this bridge between the inner and outer worlds, the intuitive introvert's intuition can devolve into fantasy, and their gift of foresight becomes an unbearable curse. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes, Jung wrote. Yet awakening requires integration, not escape. Every image that arises from within carries divine energy seeking manifestation. When it flows, it enlightens. When it stagnates, it poisons. This is the paradox of deep intuition. The very sensitivity that opens one to higher realms can also lead to confusion if left unexpressed. Jung's warning reminds you that your imagination is not an illusion, but a sacred responsibility. You must bring it into life, embody it, and let it speak through your creations. To live with spiritual wisdom means to honor both the seen and the unseen, the dream and the action, the soul and the world. When your inner visions find their voice, the unconscious no longer possesses you. It empowers you. Through expression, you transform the darkness of your mind into art, language, and understanding, turning what could destroy you into what ultimately saves you. Comment below. I embrace my shadow with wisdom. If you're ready to face the truth within and rise into your higher self. 4. The fine line between vision and delusion. The fine line between vision and delusion is one that Carl Jung believed the intuitive introvert walks every day. This type lives deeply within the unseen layers of existence, perceiving psychic truths and symbolic meanings that most people overlook. They are guided not by logic, but by the quiet pull of the unconscious, where archetypes and intuition shape their understanding of the world. What they perceive often feels sacred, like messages whispered from the soul of existence itself. Yet these revelations come with a cost, because what they see cannot be proven, and what they know cannot always be explained. They sense energies before they manifest, truths before they are spoken, but the world often calls them dreamers or eccentrics. When their inner knowledge is dismissed or misunderstood, it pierces them deeply, leaving them to wrestle between self-doubt and defiance. At first, they may try to silence their inner voice, questioning whether their insights are real or merely figments of imagination. They might begin to blend in, to conform, to protect themselves from rejection. But for others, the wound of being unseen pushes them in the opposite direction. They reject the world entirely, retreating into isolation where their visions grow louder and more intoxicating. The solitude that once nourished them now becomes a mirror that amplifies every symbolic thought, every metaphysical pattern, until they lose the grounding thread that connects them to ordinary life. Jung warned of this danger, calling it archetypal inflation. a state where the individual becomes possessed by the very symbols that once inspired them. The intuitive introvert begins to believe they are chosen, a prophet or savior sent to reveal divine truth, and slowly drifts from the balance between the human and the holy. In this inflated state, the ego fuses with the archetype, and the person confuses illumination with superiority. Their spiritual wisdom, once a bridge between consciousness and soul, becomes distorted by pride. They forget that true spirituality does not separate, it unites. The deeper one goes into the mysteries of the unconscious, the more humility is required to bear its light. Jung wrote, "No tree can grow to heaven unless its roots reach down to hell." It means that every ascent towards spiritual awakening must be anchored in the soil of human experience. To see the invisible is a gift, but to remain compassionate, grounded, and human while holding that vision is the true art of the awakened soul. The intuitive introvert must learn to walk this path with both reverence and discernment, to translate what is seen inwardly into wisdom that uplifts others outwardly. Their insights are not meant to separate them from the world, but to illuminate it. Every vision should lead back to love. Every revelation to humility. When intuition is balanced with awareness, their sensitivity becomes strength. When it is ruled by ego, it becomes an illusion. The journey of spiritual awakening is not about being special or chosen. It is about becoming whole, returning to oneself with greater understanding, and living as a vessel through which higher truth can move quietly, humbly, and with grace. 5. The healing path, expression, and creation. Healing for the intuitive introvert begins the moment you stop keeping your inner visions hidden and start giving them shape in the physical world. As Carl Jung once said, "What you resist not only persists, but grows in size." When you suppress the images, emotions, and insights that rise from within, they turn into psychic pressure, an invisible weight that distorts your energy and clouds your spirit. But when you transform those visions into form through art, writing, music, or any act of meaningful creation, you transmute that tension into light. This process is not just emotional release. It is the sacred bridge between your inner and outer worlds, where spirituality merges with reality and where spiritual development begins to take root. Expression becomes the language of the soul. It allows the unseen to be seen, the unspoken to be understood, and the abstract to find its form. Through expression, you convert chaos into clarity and silence into song. Kafka turned his haunting visions into words that spoke the language of alienation and longing. Van Gogh painted emotions that no words could hold, each brushstroke echoing the intensity of his inner fire. And Jung himself, guided by his own symbolic visions, filled the Red Book with drawings, reflections, and rituals that became a map of his psyche and a testament to the power of bringing the inner world into matter. These creators did not find peace by denying their depth. They healed by expressing it, transforming inner storms into art, wounds into wisdom, and solitude into revelation. For the intuitive introvert, this act of creation is not merely a choice, it is a necessity. Your inner visions, no matter how abstract or overwhelming, are messages from the deeper layers of your being, calling you to give them form so that they can complete their journey of becoming. Suppressing them leads to stagnation, but expressing them leads to transformation. When you write your truth, paint your emotions, or compose your inner music, you are not just creating, You are releasing, integrating, and evolving. You are allowing the sacred energy within you to move, to breathe, and to heal through creation. Every act of expression is an act of balance. It harmonizes your unseen spiritual essence with the visible world, reminding you that spirituality is not about escaping life, but shaping it through awareness. Each time you give form to what lives within, you strengthen the bridge between the soul and the senses, between imagination and embodiment. This is how you turn spirituality into a living experience, how you transform invisible potential into visible presence. The cure is not found in silence or isolation, but in the courage to express what only you can bring into existence. Through creation, you reclaim the wholeness of who you are and invite your spiritual development to unfold naturally, beautifully, and eternally. Leave a like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our next insight on healing and transformation. Comment below, "I heal through creation," to affirm your journey of expressing your inner light and reclaiming your spiritual power. 6. The need for grounding in reality. Even the most brilliant creativity loses its power when it isn't grounded in the physical world. Carl Jung, whose spiritual wisdom continues to guide seekers of truth, warned that intuition without embodiment can lead to illusion, detachment, and imbalance. For the intuitive introvert, this danger is real. You may spend hours wandering through ideas, symbols, and dreams so vivid they feel more alive than the external world. But without an anchor in your senses, your inspiration can dissolve into confusion. Jung taught that the antidote lies in integrating the sensation function, a return to the body, to the earth, and to the rhythm of ordinary life. Grounding isn't a rejection of your inner world. It is the bridge that allows your intuition to manifest into form. When you engage your senses, you bring heaven down to earth and give structure to your insights. The simplest acts, walking barefoot on the ground, cooking a meal, tending to a plant, or lighting a candle, carry the power to balance intuition with presence. These gestures are not meaningless routines. They are sacred moments of connection that align the physical with the spiritual. Jung believed that by anchoring yourself in the sensory world, you protect your psyche from being overwhelmed by what lies beyond it. In this grounded awareness, imagination transforms into creation, and visions gain shape through the language of action. It is not enough to feel deeply or to dream vividly. What matters is how those invisible truths find their way into your tangible reality. As Jung reminded us, you are what you do, not what you say you'll do. Every small mindful act becomes a declaration of wholeness, a way to embody what once existed only in thought. So when your mind drifts too far into the clouds of possibility, return to what is real and immediate. Feel the air fill your lungs. Watch the light move across the floor, or let your hands rest on the pulse of the world around you. These are the grounding rituals that allow intuition to serve life instead of escaping it. True spiritual wisdom isn't about living above reality. It's about merging spirit and matter until every breath becomes an expression of inner balance. The more you root your intuition in daily practice, the more your creativity becomes authentic, practical, and alive. Through presence, sensation, and routine, your spiritual awakening stops being an abstract dream and becomes a living, breathing reality. 7. living as a visionary in a material world. Modern society glorifies logic, speed, and productivity, reducing life to numbers, metrics, and achievements, while dismissing the unseen world of symbols as impractical. Yet for the intuitive introvert, the language of the unseen is their native tongue. You move through a world that demands proof. While your compass points toward meaning, you are constantly torn between what the world values and what your soul knows to be true. Carl Jung understood this struggle deeply. He saw the intuitive introvert as a rare and complex type, one whose task is not to escape the world, but to bring the invisible realm of spirit into the tangible structure of reality. To live this way is not withdrawal. It is an act of profound courage, a form of spiritual awakening where your inner life becomes your greatest teacher. Remaining true to your inner vision in a material-driven culture requires strength few possess. It is easy to conform, to chase validation, to bury one's own truth beneath the noise of collective approval. But the intuitive introvert feels an inner pull that cannot be silenced, a call to live according to symbols and inner images that reveal what others cannot yet see. Jung described individuation as the sacred process of becoming oneself, of reconciling the inner and outer worlds until they no longer oppose each other. This process demands authenticity even when it isolates you, patience even when the world rushes past, and faith in your unseen wisdom even when others doubt it. Living in this way transforms spirituality from belief into embodiment. It becomes not an abstract idea, but a living current that guides you through every moment of uncertainty. Each day becomes a quiet rebellion against superficiality, choosing depth over distraction, meaning over conformity. You begin to live as a visionary among the blind. You understand that true spirituality is not found in escaping the world, but in illuminating it with consciousness. To live symbolically is to perceive divine significance in ordinary things. A conversation, a sunset, a silence. This is the intuitive introvert's power, to feel beyond appearances and sense what is yet unspoken. Jung once said that man's task is to become conscious of the contents that press upward from the unconscious. In following that calling, you honor not only your own awakening, but also the collective evolution of humankind. Every act of staying centered amid chaos is a victory of spirit over matter. Every moment you choose authenticity instead of adaptation strengthens your inner light. You are not meant to abandon the material world, but to infuse it with soul. Through this, your life itself becomes a bridge between what is seen and what is eternal. And in walking that path, steady, quiet, unwavering, you embody the essence of spiritual wisdom that Jung sought to teach. That the awakened individual is not one who escapes the world, but one who transforms it from within. To affirm your commitment to living with vision and purpose, declare it now. Comment below, "I live with higher vision," to honor your path as a conscious creator in this material world and inspire others to align their lives with spiritual wisdom. When you begin to recognize the shadow within the fears, the suppressed desires, and the hidden motives, you start the real journey of self-understanding. Carl Jung reminded us that what we resist not only persists, but also shapes our destiny. So if you are an intuitive introvert, honor your inner world, explore your depths, and allow your shadow to become your greatest teacher. If you found this message meaningful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming explorations into the mind and soul. The hidden psychology of protecting your aura from draining people. Energy flows where attention goes. In a world full of different personalities and intentions, protecting your inner light isn't just a luxury, it's a necessity. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where today we uncover the hidden psychology of protecting your aura from draining people, guided by the transformative insights of Jung. If you've ever walked away from someone feeling exhausted, overwhelmed, or suddenly doubting yourself, this message is for you. These powerful principles can help you maintain your emotional balance, set healthy boundaries, and protect your energy so you can continue to grow, thrive, and live with purpose. Before we begin, comment below. Have you ever encountered someone who drains your energy without saying a word? Let's explore how to stay strong, aligned, and spiritually unstoppable together. 1. Recognize energy vampires early. Recognizing energy vampires early is a core part of spirituality and spiritual awakening, because the moment you awaken to your own inner light, you also begin to recognize who feeds from it. These are the people who constantly complain, who seek attention without offering any real connection, who criticize without contributing, who turn every conversation into a one-sided emotional dump, and who leave you mentally or spiritually exhausted every time you interact with them. Jung reminds us that people will do anything to avoid facing their own souls. So when someone refuses to confront their internal struggles, they often project their negativity outward and use others as their energetic support system. When your spiritual awakening becomes stronger, you can no longer ignore the emotional weight you feel after certain interactions. The sudden fatigue, the pressure in the chest, the anxiety that appears from nowhere. These sensations are messages from your soul telling you that your aura is being drained. These individuals do not always appear toxic at first glance. In fact, they often come disguised as close friends, co-workers, neighbors, or even family members. They might look harmless, but their behavior reveals the truth. They only show up when they need something. They expect you to listen endlessly, yet they never ask if you're okay. They treat your empathy as an unlimited source of fuel, while offering nothing to refill your energy. When someone constantly needs you to rescue them emotionally, and you always end up feeling worse after trying to help, that is a clear sign their presence is harming your inner world. And if you share your dreams or successes, and they respond with jealousy, criticism, or attempts to minimize your progress, that is another sign they are threatened by your spiritual growth. As your spiritual wisdom expands, your energy becomes more radiant, and that light attracts both admiration and envy. People who refuse to grow internally are drawn to those who shine. Like moths flocking to a flame, they approach to feel warmth, but they have no intention of transforming themselves. This is why spiritually awakened individuals often face more energy drainers than the average person. Your growth exposes what others suppress. You become the mirror that forces them to see what they lack. And instead of learning from your example, they try to pull you back into their emotional darkness so they don't feel alone. Your aura is a sacred field. Think of it as a spiritual garden, blooming with purpose, peace, and potential. You would never allow harmful creatures to wander in and destroy what you have worked so hard to nurture. Protecting your energy is not selfish. It is essential for your evolution. Awareness allows you to set firm boundaries, to limit access, and to refuse relationships that drain the soul. When you honor your intuition, you honor your destiny. The more you awaken, the clearer you see who truly values your presence and who only values what they can extract from you. By recognizing energy vampires early, you safeguard your mission, your inner peace, and your journey of spiritual awakening, choosing a connection that nourishes your soul rather than depletes it. If you're ready to protect your energy and rise above draining people, comment below, "I guard my aura," to show your commitment to spiritual wisdom. 2. Use psychological defense techniques. Learning to protect your emotional space is a vital part of spirituality and spiritual development, especially when you are surrounded by individuals who drain your energy or project negativity onto you. The mirror technique reminds you that their emotions do not belong to you. When someone tries to attack your confidence or peace, visualize an invisible mirror around you that reflects their negativity back to its source without harming anyone. You remain centered, calm, and confident that what they are sending out cannot penetrate your inner world. You are not here to carry burdens that are not yours to hold. Meanwhile, the method of non-reaction teaches mastery over your internal responses. Energy-draining people often survive on the emotional reactions they provoke. When you choose silence, a deep breath, or a calm gaze instead of anger or frustration, their control weakens. You take back your power. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." By refusing to react impulsively, you transform a moment of potential chaos into a moment of psychological and spiritual strength. You learn that peace is also a form of power. The technique called mental delete helps you control what enters your mind. Just as you delete spam without reading it, you can mentally delete any criticism, jealousy, gossip, or manipulation that others attempt to plant in your subconscious. You acknowledge that the message exists, but you do not allow it to stay. You do not give negativity a home in your thoughts or in your heart. You practice emotional hygiene, guarding your internal world from becoming polluted by the heavy emotions of others. When you consistently apply these 3 psychological defense strategies, reflecting negativity with a mirror, refusing to give away your reactions, and mentally deleting what does not belong, you create a powerful shield of self-respect and emotional clarity. Your aura becomes stronger, and your boundaries become healthier. You stop being a target for draining people because your energy is no longer available to feed their emptiness. You become a guardian of your own spiritual development. You learn that true power is not in dominating others, but in choosing who and what gets access to your inner light. These techniques remind you that you are allowed to protect yourself. You are allowed to say no internally without speaking a single word. You are allowed to stay untouched by negativity, even in the middle of conflict. When you guard your energy wisely, your spiritual growth becomes unstoppable. Your peace becomes undeniable, and your presence becomes unshakable. As we uncover the hidden psychology behind protecting your aura, remember that mastering psychological defense techniques is a powerful act of self-respect. Your presence here shows your dedication to protecting your energy and honoring your inner peace. Comment below. I defend my energy with wisdom to affirm your commitment to this journey of spiritual empowerment. Let's continue growing together. 3. Control interactions through redirection. When you realize someone is trying to pull you into their negativity, the most powerful thing you can do is shift the direction of the interaction and protect your aura before their emotional storm spills into your inner world. Carl Jung once said, "I am not what happened to me. I am what I choose to become." And this spiritual wisdom reminds you that you always have power over how conversations affect you. Emotional drainers often crave attention and validation for their problems. And if you are empathetic, they will unconsciously see you as someone who can absorb their pain. But your energy is sacred. You do not exist to carry burdens that are not yours. Instead of allowing yourself to be dragged into endless complaining or negative story loops, take a deep breath and gently redirect the conversation towards something more constructive. Acknowledge their feelings briefly. I understand that must be difficult. Then pivot into empowerment. So what can you do next? Or what would a better outcome look like? With just a few guiding words, you shift the focus from helplessness to possibility. And believe me, this will instantly change the energetic dynamic. People who feed on drama do not know how to handle someone who refuses to feed their inner chaos. This is not coldness. It is self-respect. You are protecting your aura and teaching others that communication must move toward growth, not destruction. Carl Jung also taught that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Draining people act through old wounds and unhealed patterns, unaware of the energy they spread. When you redirect the conversation, you are not only helping yourself, you are showing them a path out of their unconscious negativity. You are offering them a chance to recognize their own power instead of depending on others to rescue them emotionally. There will be moments when they resist your redirection. They might ignore your attempt to shift the topic and push harder to keep the focus on their pain. When that happens, remain grounded and calm. You do not need to force positivity. You simply maintain your boundary. If they continue spiraling into the same negative loop, you can gracefully exit the conversation or change the subject to something more neutral. This silent refusal to participate in their emotional feeding is what keeps your inner light strong. This technique becomes especially important during spiritual awakening, when your sensitivity heightens and you begin noticing how different energies affect you. The more spiritually connected you become, the more you must protect the peace within you. Redirecting conversations is one of the simplest yet most transformative spiritual wisdom practices, because you are not fighting their negativity, you are choosing not to absorb it. You are saying, "My soul matters. My peace matters." And that alone is powerful enough to shift the entire direction of your life. 4. Hold boundaries with assertive communication. Every day, as you move through life, you will encounter people who subtly drain your energy and weaken your emotional foundation. And as you deepen your spirituality and spiritual awakening, you begin to notice these interactions more clearly. Carl Jung said, "There is no light without shadow." And these draining individuals often reveal themselves when you set boundaries. They may disguise their intentions through jokes, passive-aggressive remarks, or manipulative comments designed to make you doubt yourself. This is why assertive communication becomes a spiritual shield. Your aura is not something others should be allowed to contaminate. Your peace, your purpose, and your emotional clarity deserve fierce and intelligent protection. One powerful method is asking them to repeat their insult. It sounds simple, but it is rooted in deep psychology. When someone throws negativity your way, and you calmly say, "Can you repeat what you just said?" you shine a bright light on the darkness they tried to push into you. Most manipulators rely on your silence and shock to let their words sink in. But when you call them out with a calm presence, you hold up a mirror to their behavior. The discomfort shifts back to them, and the poison they attempted to deliver loses its power the moment it is exposed. You are not escalating conflict. You are simply refusing to let harmful energy slip into your soul unnoticed. Another essential technique is the broken record method. In spirituality and in life, your inner truth must remain unwavering, and this method reinforces that truth. When someone pressures you, guilt trips you, or tries to override your boundaries, you simply repeat your statement with calm consistency. "I am not available for that. No, that does not work for me. I have already said no." Like a steady mantra, your message remains the same every time they push. You are not arguing. You are not explaining your worth. You are standing firmly in it. Eventually, they will stop, because there is nothing for them to manipulate. Your consistency becomes the wall that protects your energy. And then there is the gray rock method, a technique designed for those who thrive on chaos and emotional reactions. These are the individuals Jung might describe as controlled by their own unexamined shadows, seeking fuel from others rather than facing their own inner turmoil. Instead of feeding their drama, you become neutral, calm, emotionally detached, like a silent gray rock with no reaction to provoke. Short answers, minimal engagement, no emotional entertainment for their negativity to feed on. The less you respond, the less appealing you become to their dysfunction, and slowly they drift away. Your aura remains untouchable because your attention, your most sacred energy, is no longer available to them. Through these techniques, you learn that boundary setting is not rude or aggressive. It is a profound act of self-respect. It is a declaration to the universe that your inner peace matters. Protecting your aura is an essential part of spiritual awakening, because your growth depends on the environments you allow your soul to enter. When you master assertive communication, you do not just defend yourself from draining people, you rise above them. you remain grounded in your truth, guided by your purpose, and connected to your sacred energy that deserves to be preserved. If this insight on assertive boundaries resonates with you, make sure to like and subscribe so you never miss more powerful spiritual wisdom. Share your experience in the comments below. How do you protect your aura through confident communication? Let's continue growing stronger together. 5. Invest your energy wisely. Your energy is your spiritual currency, and in the path of spirituality and spiritual development, you must spend it wisely by applying the energy investment mindset, understanding that every interaction, every conversation, and every person you allow into your space either nourishes you or drains you, either expands your spirit or quietly steals your light. When you give someone your attention, you are handing over a piece of your life, because attention is time, and time is energy you will never get back, which is why you must become highly selective about where your inner power flows. Carl Jung once said, "The meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed," reminding you that anyone who touches your aura leaves a mark, and it is your responsibility to make sure that mark doesn't become a wound. Some people show up like constant storms, bringing chaos, negativity, and endless complaints, expecting you to absorb their problems while offering nothing good in return. And although your compassionate heart wants to help, you must realize that healing others should not require harming yourself. Your energy is not a public resource. It is a sacred inheritance. And when you continuously give to those who only take, you begin to feel heavy, anxious, and spiritually dry, because their presence drains you like a leak in your soul's power supply. Your intuition already knows who those people are after you talk to them. You feel exhausted, frustrated, or emotionally scattered, and that shift in your inner state is a spiritual alarm, telling you that this connection is costing you more than it gives back. Being selective is not selfish. It is self-respect. Protecting your aura means limiting access to your mind, heart, and time, allowing only those who align with your peace to come closer, and understanding that not every person who wants you deserves you. Even those who do not intentionally drain you may be lost in their own suffering, but that does not make your energy any less valuable, nor does it make your boundaries any less necessary. When you enforce your spiritual boundaries, you send a message to the universe that you are ready for connections that honor your worth, inspire your growth, and support your evolution rather than keeping you stuck in cycles of depletion. Every day, you are making a choice to invest in what strengthens you or to fund what destroys you from within. So pay attention to who lights a fire in your spirit and who puts it out, who celebrates your growth and who envies it, who listens to understand and who listens to respond, who brings clarity and who brings confusion. Your aura is a divine ecosystem. Protect it like the rare, powerful force it is, because when you choose wisely who gets to enter your energy field, your spiritual development accelerates, your mind becomes clearer, your emotions become calmer, and your soul finally has room to rise. 6. Track your energy patterns. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." And that truth reminds you that your inner energy is constantly speaking to you, guiding you, and revealing who and what is good for your soul. Tracking your energy patterns is not simply a spiritual practice. It is a form of self-protection and deep self-awareness, because every person you meet and every environment you enter influences your emotional state in ways you might not always notice. Some people uplift you, support you, and recharge your spirit, while others pull from you silently, leaving you tired, anxious, or doubting yourself. As you become more aware of your internal responses, you begin to discover that your energy never lies. This is why conducting regular energy audits becomes a powerful tool. You pay attention to how you feel before and after interacting with someone, noticing who brings peace and who brings chaos into your life. And this awareness allows you to finally take control of your inner world with spiritual wisdom and courage. When you allow yourself to listen to your intuition, the very thing Carl Jung believed connects you to the deeper intelligence of your psyche, you will recognize that your aura is constantly communicating. If someone's presence leaves you drained, disconnected, or feeling small, that is a sign your boundaries are being crossed, even without words. Protecting your aura means choosing environments that nourish your highest self and relationships where your presence is valued, not consumed. It also means letting go of guilt for walking away from those who only take. You were not born to carry the emotional weight of others at the expense of your own well-being. Every time you honor your energy by stepping away from negativity, you align yourself with clarity, peace, and the life you are meant to experience. Spiritual awakening is not just about opening your heart. It is also about recognizing what dims your light. If you do not manage your energy wisely, you will find yourself depleted during the moments when you most need inner strength. But the moment you become conscious of what strengthens your aura and what weakens it, you transform the way you move through the world. Your peace becomes your power. Your intuition becomes your armor. Your joy becomes a silent boundary that negative people cannot cross. And the more you track these energy patterns, the more you step into a life where your inner radiance cannot be diminished. If this insight helped you understand your energy better, make sure to like the video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming teachings on protecting your aura. Comment below. I honor my energy and choose what strengthens me. Protecting your aura is not about shutting people out. It's about valuing your peace, honoring your inner energy, and choosing connections that help you grow. As Carl Jung suggested, true transformation begins when we become aware of what drains us and what empowers us. If today's insights helped you recognize the importance of safeguarding your energy, let this be the moment you commit to a healthier, more aligned life. Don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs this message, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and make sure to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming explorations into the deeper psychology of the soul. Stay protected, stay empowered, and keep shining your light. Why a chosen man always walks alone. The man who walks alone is likely to find himself in places no one has ever seen. This timeless insight captures the heart of today's message, because a chosen man's path is often solitary, not as a punishment, but as a sacred doorway to clarity, strength, and spiritual wisdom. In this journey, solitude becomes a teacher, silence becomes guidance, and separation becomes the very ground where transformation begins. As you listen, I invite you to reflect on your own path. Have you ever felt called to walk alone, even when you didn't understand why? Share your experience in the comments below, because your story may be the reminder someone else needs today. Let's explore this powerful truth together and learn how to apply it in our daily lives for deeper growth and lasting happiness. 1. He withdraws from superficial social norms. A spiritually awakened man withdraws from superficial social norms because he begins to see clearly how much of everyday interaction is built on performance rather than truth. He no longer feels the need to participate in conversations rooted in gossip, comparison, or the constant search for approval, because these behaviors pull him away from authenticity. What used to feel normal now feels heavy, and what used to feel comfortable now feels false. This is not a retreat from people. It is a retreat from shallow spaces where his inner growth cannot breathe. As his spiritual awakening deepens, he notices how many social exchanges are driven by ego people, speaking to be validated, not understood. People gathering to be seen, not to connect. People agreeing just to belong, not because they believe in what they say. He senses these unspoken layers, and because he can feel the energetic weight behind them, he steps back to protect his peace. He no longer pretends to fit into places where depth is unwelcome. Conversations that once entertained him now feel empty, because he can sense the difference between genuine presence and habitual noise. This awareness brings a natural shift. He seeks quality over quantity, sincerity over performance, and truth over comfort. He realizes that when the soul is evolving, the environment must evolve with it. If not, the misalignment becomes too loud to ignore. His withdrawal is simply the soul choosing clarity. With every layer of spirituality he uncovers, it becomes harder for him to tolerate spaces where he must shrink, dim, or silence the deeper parts of himself just to blend in. As he steps away from superficial norms, he discovers that solitude offers a type of nourishment that shallow interactions never could. He begins to understand that silence is not emptiness. It is information. It reveals who he is when no one is watching, and it strengthens the inner voice he once overlooked. In solitude, he hears truth without distortion, and it is this clarity that guides him toward a higher version of himself. The more he learns to trust this inner alignment, the less he is willing to compromise it for temporary acceptance. His distance does not come from pride, but from discernment. A spiritually awakened man sees beyond behavior. He sees intention. He can feel when someone shows up with sincerity and when someone shows up with an agenda. This sensitivity is not a weakness. It is the direct outcome of spiritual awakening, the sharpening of intuition that makes him aware of emotional undercurrents others ignore. And because he values depth, he refuses to remain in places where depth is absent. He no longer chases connection. He waits for the right connection. His solitude becomes a refining ground, where he grows stronger, clearer, and more grounded in who he truly is. He learns to detach from the expectations that once controlled him, and to walk his path without needing external approval. Through this process, he realizes that walking alone is not loneliness, it is alignment. It is the soul choosing truth over comfort, authenticity over conformity, an inner peace over superficial belonging. This is why a chosen man withdraws from shallow social norms, not to escape the world, but to rise above what no longer matches his spirit. If this truth resonates with you, declare it with conviction. Comment below. I walk my path with purpose. 2. He sees through illusions of connection. When you step onto the path of spirituality and true spiritual development, you begin to notice the quiet truth beneath the surface of human connection. And this is why Alan Watts's insight resonates so deeply. He sees through illusions of connection. You start to realize that many relationships in your life were never rooted in truth or emotional depth, but were built on habit, convenience, and unspoken agreements. People become attached to routines. Conversations turn into repetitive noise, and the sense of belonging you once felt begins to feel hollow when your soul becomes more aware. As your inner clarity grows, you notice how often people bond out of fear rather than purpose, clinging to each other, not because their spirits align, but because they're afraid to face themselves alone. This awareness naturally pulls you away from shallow interactions, not because you are better than anyone, but because your inner world has expanded beyond what surface-level connections can hold. You begin valuing silence more than empty chatter, authenticity more than approval, and emotional presence more than forced closeness. The more your spiritual development deepens, the more clearly you see the subtle masks people wear to feel accepted, masks shaped by insecurity, expectations, or fear of rejection. These realizations make it difficult for you to participate in conversations that lack honesty or purpose because they no longer nourish you. They only take from you. Instead of forcing yourself to fit into spaces where your soul feels unseen, you naturally drift toward solitude, a solitude that doesn't feel like isolation, but like alignment. This quiet space helps you hear your own thoughts, recognize your own needs, and understand your own truth without distraction, revealing that walking alone is sometimes the clearest expression of self-respect. As this awareness deepens, you notice that the chosen man doesn't walk alone out of pride or emotional coldness. He walks alone because he refuses to settle for connections built on illusions. He understands that genuine connection cannot be forced, negotiated, or maintained by habit. It must arise from truth, resonance, shared purpose, and mutual presence. When that kind of connection appears, it feels effortless and grounding. When it doesn't, he no longer chases, entertains, or sacrifices himself to maintain the illusion that he belongs somewhere he no longer fits. This clarity becomes both a filter and a guide, helping him recognize which relationships support his growth and which ones exist only to fill emotional space. As you walk this path yourself, you begin to trust the quiet wisdom that accompanies solitude. You stop feeling guilty for outgrowing certain people because you understand that spiritual development naturally reshapes your relationships. You stop searching for validation in temporary attention because you realize that real belonging comes from truth, not convenience. And you stop fearing the moments when you must walk alone because you finally see that these moments are not signs of loss, but signs of alignment. Moments when your soul steps into a higher rhythm that only truth can match. 3. His silence signals clarity, not coldness. His silence is not a sign of coldness, but a reflection of clarity. And you can feel it the moment you're in his presence. Because a chosen man carries a kind of quiet that unsettles those who depend on noise to feel significant. What most people call arrogance is simply the absence of performance, and what they call distance is the absence of pretending. He no longer flatters anyone to be liked, no longer participates in the social games that people use to protect their insecurities, and no longer bends himself into shapes that make others comfortable. As Alan Watts once said, "When you're free to do what you want, you are more responsible for who you are." And this freedom strips away every layer of false identity until silence becomes a natural language. When you see him choosing quiet instead of conversation, presence instead of noise, authenticity instead of approval, understand that he is not withdrawing from the world, he is returning to himself. This inner clarity makes others uncomfortable because his honesty exposes their masks. People are used to interactions built on subtle lies, polite smiles that hide resentment, compliments that disguise insecurity, and small talk that covers emptiness. But he refuses to participate, and in that refusal, he reveals how much of society's communication is performance. His silence becomes a mirror reflecting what others don't want to see in themselves, and that's why they react with judgment, labeling him distant, strange, or prideful. Yet the truth is that he has simply outgrown the need for external validation. He no longer seeks applause, agreement, or permission to be who he is. He is guided by an inner compass, shaped by spiritual wisdom and deep self-awareness. And this quiet conviction creates a kind of presence that cannot be manipulated or controlled. As his inner world strengthens, solitude becomes nourishing rather than lonely. In silence, he hears the truth more clearly. In stillness, he understands himself more deeply. And when he no longer relies on the crowd to define his worth, he begins walking a path that only a few can walk with him. This is why chosen men often walk alone, not because they reject others, but because very few people can exist in the presence of unfiltered authenticity. When you stop performing, when you stop pleasing, when you stop molding yourself for acceptance, you naturally disconnect from those who only knew how to love the version of you that wasn't real. His solitude is not isolation, but alignment. And in that alignment, he discovers an inner power that can't be shaken by opinions, expectations, or criticism. His silence signals that he is no longer afraid to be misunderstood. It signals that he trusts his own judgment more than the noise around him. It signals that he has stepped into a deeper awakening, the kind of awakening Alan Watts described when he said, "To be silent is to listen, and to listen is to understand." And so he walks alone, not as a man who has lost connection, but as a man who has found the courage to live without compromise, without performance, and without the need to be anything other than who he truly is. Have you noticed how silence becomes a source of clarity for a chosen man? If this message resonates with you, share your experience in the comments so others can reflect and learn from it. And if you're just beginning to understand the power of quiet truth, simply comment, "I will listen within," to join this journey of deeper spiritual wisdom together. 4. He embraces solitude as growth, not isolation. He embraces solitude as growth, not isolation, because he has reached a level of spiritual awakening where quiet no longer feels like emptiness, but like nourishment. What once felt like distance now feels like alignment, and what others fear in silence he welcomes as a doorway back to himself. Through deep stillness, he begins to see that solitude becomes sacred the moment he stops interpreting it as a sign of lack. It is not loneliness that surrounds him, but space for clarity, space for healing, and space for the mind to breathe after being weighed down by expectations and noise. In this state, solitude transforms from something he endures into something he chooses, and the choice itself becomes a declaration of inner growth. He no longer fears silence or stillness because he understands that silence reveals the truths that noise tries to bury. Instead of running from his own thoughts, he learns to sit with them, listen to them, and understand them. The quiet stops feeling like a reminder of what is missing and becomes a reminder of everything he has within. With every moment alone, he becomes more aware of who he really is beneath the roles he was taught to play. This is where spirituality becomes real, not in theories or rituals, but in the honest confrontation between a man and his inner world. As he lets the mind settle, presence returns, intuition sharpens, and a deeper sense of purpose slowly emerges from within. Solitude provides strength because it teaches him how to stand on the foundation of his own being. Rather than leaning on the approval of others, he realizes that constantly seeking company dilutes self-awareness, while guarding time alone strengthens the inner core. In solitude, he sees his patterns, recognizes his fears, and learns to respond to life with intention instead of reactivity. It is here, in the quiet, that emotional resilience is built. It is here that he discovers boundaries, self-respect, and the ability to separate what nurtures him from what drains him. Each silent moment becomes a lesson in spiritual wisdom, reminding him that growth often arrives in gentle whispers rather than dramatic revelations. Solitude becomes his natural state because it aligns him with the rhythm of his own spirit. He no longer feels the need to justify why he prefers peace over chaos or depth over superficial connection. He notices that the more time he spends in stillness, the more centered and grounded he becomes. He feels less pulled by distractions and more guided by intuition. The world may still call him alone, but he knows that he is alone only in the physical sense, not spiritually, not emotionally, and not in purpose. This path allows him to hear his inner voice without interference, to see life without distortion, and to walk forward with a clarity that only solitude can cultivate. As his spiritual awakening deepens, solitude becomes the environment where he thrives. It gives him the peace needed to understand himself fully and the strength needed to move through life with confidence. In this quiet space, he reconnects with parts of himself that were neglected, forgotten, or overshadowed. He heals, he grows, and he rises not because the world applauds him, but because his soul finally has the room to expand. Solitude is no longer a temporary escape. It is a sacred home where he becomes the truest version of who he was meant to be. 5. He stops playing the social validation game. A chosen man, once he steps into a deeper level of spirituality and spiritual development, naturally stops playing the social validation game because he finally understands the heavy price of performing for approval. He no longer engages out of duty, emotional politeness, or the need to maintain appearances, as he realizes that every forced interaction drains him and pulls him further away from his true self. When he stops doing things just to be seen, when he stops bending himself into shapes that please people, He breaks the invisible chain that ties his worth to external feedback. His worth no longer depends on applause, attention, or being included. And in this shift, he begins to feel a profound inner freedom that many people spend their entire lives chasing but never reach. This transformation does not come from pride. It comes from clarity. He recognizes the subtle way society teaches men to perform: smile, even when tired, agree, even when hesitant, show up, even when empty, and he refuses to live in that quiet self-betrayal any longer. He becomes radically honest with himself about where his energy goes, who drains it, and what environments suffocate his spirit. He stops engaging in shallow conversations just to fill silence, stops attending gatherings to maintain image, and stops trying to be the likable one to avoid judgment. As he grows, he learns that constantly seeking validation is a form of spiritual poverty, a habit that keeps the soul small. So he detaches from the noise of people who measure worth through popularity, attention, or social hierarchy. He no longer needs to impress anyone because his focus has shifted toward preserving his peace, protecting his energy, and honoring his inner calling. This often makes others confused or even uncomfortable, but he understands that being misunderstood is part of awakening. He would rather walk alone than shrink himself to fit into spaces that no longer match his spirit. In this solitude, something powerful happens. His intuition sharpens, his clarity deepens, and he begins to feel a strength that does not depend on anyone's approval. He becomes selective with his time, intentional with his presence, and deeply aware that not everyone deserves access to him. Walking alone becomes a conscious act of self-respect, not isolation. He no longer fears being unseen or unrecognized because he no longer needs the world to validate what he already knows within himself. His energy is now preserved for what truly matters: his purpose, his evolution, and the meaningful relationships that nurture his spiritual development rather than drain it. If this message resonates with you, give the video a like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and share your thoughts below. Tell us how you're stepping away from the need for validation, and let's continue uncovering the truth behind reason number 6 together. 6. He disrupts the social illusion simply by being honest. A chosen man disrupts the social illusion simply by choosing honesty over performance. Because the moment he stops reinforcing the unspoken rules of constant agreement, emotional flattery, and polite pretending, the entire structure of his relationships begins to shift. You see this in your own life too. The moment you stop nodding along just to keep the peace, people start to react not to who you truly are, but to the loss of the version of you that made them feel comfortable. As Alan Watts said, waking up to who you are requires letting go of who you imagine yourself to be. And when a chosen man lets go of that imagined self, he exposes the invisible contracts that others rely on. They don't pull away because he suddenly became difficult. They pull away because he stopped supporting the illusions they built their identities on. Honesty, when it is consistent and unfiltered, becomes a light that reveals the emotional dependencies people prefer to hide. When he no longer offers automatic validation, those who depended on his softness begin to feel exposed. When he speaks his truth, instead of cushioning it with flattery, those who depend on ego reinforcement feel threatened. And when he stops performing emotional labor for people who only take, they interpret his clarity as cruelty. Yet nothing changed except the fact that he stopped protecting their illusions. As Carl Jung said, people will do anything to avoid facing their own souls. So when you stand in truth, you become a mirror that many cannot bear to look into. His presence becomes a quiet disruption, not through rebellion, but through alignment. An alignment so authentic that it reveals who is real and who only loved the version of him that served their comfort. This is why solitude surrounds a chosen man when he steps into honesty. Not because he is cold, but because most relationships were built on expectations he can no longer carry. Distance becomes clarity. Silence becomes protection. The absence of certain people becomes proof that he has outgrown the illusions that once required his participation. And the more deeply he chooses truth, the more obvious it becomes that authenticity thins the crowd but strengthens the soul. 7. He redefines friendship and connection. He redefines friendship and connection the moment his spirituality deepens. Because a chosen man in a state of spiritual awakening no longer measures relationships by how many people surround him, but by how deeply each connection aligns with truth. As his awareness sharpens, he realizes that many friendships were built on noise, convenience, or emotional dependence rather than genuine resonance. And so, he begins to value the quiet friendships, the rare ones where presence is enough, where neither person has to perform a role, entertain the other, or fill silence out of discomfort. Alan Watts once said, "The meaning of life is just to be alive." It is so plain and so obvious, and yet everybody rushes around in a great panic as if it were necessary to achieve something beyond themselves. This wisdom shapes the way he now approaches connection, because the more he awakens spiritually, the less he tolerates anything that pulls him away from simply being real. He no longer clings to relationships that depend on what he can give rather than who he truly is, because he notices how often people attach themselves to him out of need, needing reassurance, emotional labor, validation, or a constant source of strength. A chosen man in spiritual awakening sees this pattern clearly, and once he does, he no longer allows himself to be drained by it. He chooses instead the friendships that feel like soft ground, where he can sit in silence without fear, where he doesn't have to hide his fatigue, and where the connection breathes on its own without pressure or imbalance. These relationships are not loud or dramatic. They are quiet, rare, and deeply alive, built on mutual presence, on seeing one another without masks, without agendas, without trying to shape the moment into something it is not. This is why his circle becomes smaller, but stronger, because he now understands that real connection requires two awakened hearts willing to meet in truth. He gravitates toward people who don't need to fill silence with chatter, who understand that silence can be sacred, and who know that stillness often reveals more than words. He values the kind of friendship where awareness is shared, where the conversation flows naturally, but the silence flows too, where honesty feels effortless, and where both people walk away feeling lighter, not heavier. The more he honors this, the more he sees how much of his past relationships were rooted in imbalance, and how his spiritual awakening makes him incapable of returning to those old dynamics. To him, connection is no longer about proximity, but resonance. It is no longer about how often someone appears, but how deeply they understand. It is no longer about filling loneliness, but about recognizing the rare souls who can sit beside him in full presence. He respects the friendships where both sides contribute to the energy between them, where there is no competition, no silent expectations, no hidden resentment, only mutual awareness and quiet trust. And as he embraces this new way of relating, he learns that solitude was never a punishment, but a purification, revealing the few who were meant to walk beside him and releasing the many who were not. 8. He walks alone in peace, not in pain. He walks alone in peace, not in pain, because his solitude is not rejection, but liberation. And when you look closely, you see that he chooses this path not out of fear or isolation, but because he understands that truth always comes with a price that demands authenticity over acceptance and inner alignment over outer approval. His journey teaches you that when a man reaches a certain depth of spirituality, he no longer waits for the world to wake up or change before he feels whole. Instead, he discovers that wholeness rises from within through steady spiritual development, not through the shifting moods of those around him. This is why he separates himself from noise, drama, and people who thrive on distraction, because he knows that clarity cannot coexist with chaos, and peace cannot survive in environments built on superficial validation. And as he continues forward, you begin to see that solitude becomes his sanctuary, a place where his thoughts become sharper, his intuition becomes stronger, and his truth becomes clearer. He realizes that walking alone does not mean he is unloved. It means he refuses to abandon himself for the comfort of being accepted by those who fear depth, honesty, or growth. He walks this path because he knows that people who are intimidated by truth will always misunderstand those who live by it. And so he moves differently, quietly, intentionally, with a calmness that comes from knowing who he is without needing anyone to confirm it. In that quiet journey, he discovers that silence is not empty. It is full of answers, and aloneness is not a void. It is fertile ground for clarity, strength, and self-respect. He no longer tries to force connections, convince others, or shrink himself to stay in rooms that dim his light, because he finally understands that loneliness born from growth is far more sacred than belonging born from pretending. His steps become lighter as he realizes he is not walking away from people, he is walking toward himself. And that is where true freedom, true meaning, and true spiritual expansion begin. And as you witness this path, you are invited to see the same truth for yourself, that your peace matters more than your popularity, that your alignment matters more than being liked, and that your growth matters more than staying somewhere that asks you to abandon who you are. You begin to feel that the journey of a chosen man mirrors the journey you are called to make, a journey where you allow solitude to refine you, integrity to guide you, and truth to free you. A journey where your spiritual development becomes stronger than your fear of walking alone, and where spirituality becomes the ground on which you stand with clarity, courage, and unwavering self-worth. If this message spoke to your soul, let's build a peaceful and supportive space together. Comment below. I choose peace over pain. And whenever you see someone sharing this affirmation, give them a like or reply with something encouraging. Let's lift each other up as we walk this path of spiritual wisdom together. If you agree, comment 1. so I know how many peaceful hearts are here with us. In the end, the path of a chosen man is not defined by loneliness, but by purpose. He walks alone because he refuses to betray his truth, his inner calling, and the quiet wisdom that guides his steps. And as Alan Watts reminds us, solitude is not a burden. It is a place where clarity, strength, and spiritual wisdom are born. If this message resonates with you, let it inspire you to honor your own journey with courage and authenticity. If you found value in this video, please like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos. Your support helps this community grow, and your presence truly matters. Seven signs your spiritual awakening is over. It's time to use your powers. Enlightenment is not imagining figures of light, but making the darkness conscious. Carl Jung. There comes a time in every spiritual journey when awakening is no longer the goal embodiment. If you've been on the path of spiritual growth, seeking signs, synchronicities, and soul truths, this video might be the turning point you didn't know you needed. Because what if your awakening isn't beginning, but completing? What if the signs, the solitude, and the shedding were all leading to this moment where you step into your true power unapologetically? On Spiritual Wisdom, we're exploring 7 revealing signs that your awakening phase is over and your embodiment era has begun. Which one speaks to your soul the most? Let us know in the comments and share this with someone who's ready to rise beyond awakening. Sign 1. Your intuition guides you without doubt. You no longer need to ask for a sign. You no longer need to overthink your feelings or seek confirmation from 10 different people. Your intuition has become the loudest voice in the room, and for the first time in your life, you trust it without hesitation. You don't question where it comes from or what it means. It speaks, and you follow. This is no longer a guess. It's guidance. This isn't hope. It's clarity. You feel the decision before you can explain it, and you know it's right without needing to justify it. This is spiritual wisdom, taking the wheel subtle, precise, and powerful. There was a time when you needed validation. You wanted someone to tell you you were on the right path, to give you permission to feel what you were already feeling deep inside. But now, you don't need to ask. You just know. You've stopped asking the universe to speak louder, because now you've quieted the noise within. You've made enough mistakes, followed enough wrong turns, and sat in enough silence to know what your soul sounds like, and now you listen. You no longer chase signs because you are the sign. You've become the confirmation you once sought outside of yourself. That's when the shift becomes clear. Your awakening is no longer something you're working through. It's who you are now. And when decisions come, you don't hesitate. You don't consult 5 opinions. You don't wait for everything to be perfect or fully understood. You act not impulsively, but intuitively. You feel the pull, and you follow it. You walk through doors others are still analyzing. And this isn't recklessness, it's alignment. You don't need logic to back it up anymore. You move with the rhythm of your spirit. And in that rhythm, there's no fear. There's only knowing. Before, you were always learning, watching, searching. You needed spiritual books, podcasts, courses, because you were still remembering who you are. But now, you live what you used to study. You walk as what you once admired. You speak from a place of experience, not theory. And that's what spiritual wisdom is, not information, but embodiment. You've stopped talking about the path. Now you are the path. Your intuition isn't just a feeling anymore, it's a system, a guidance structure that your life runs on. You make decisions without panic. You feel peace in your boundaries. You no longer explain your energy to people who don't understand it. Your life has become a reflection of your inner knowing, and that knowing is crystal clear. You've stopped performing for the world because you've already been approved by something higher. You no longer wait for the green light. You are the green light. Even your timing has changed. You no longer force things to happen. You trust when things pause, when doors close, when silence stretches longer than expected. You recognize the divine rhythm at work, and you don't need to rush it because you're in sync with something deeper. The void no longer scares you, it steadies you. The uncertainty no longer shakes you, it sharpens you. You're not just spiritually curious anymore, you're spiritually calibrated. Now, your yes is rooted in alignment. Your no comes from clarity, not guilt. You don't need long explanations or drawn-out apologies. You're not here to convince anyone, you're here to follow the truth. And that truth speaks through your intuition, clear and constant, like a compass that never wavers. Every moment, every choice, every shift in direction, it's all coming from within. There's no fear in that, only power. And this power doesn't shout, it doesn't need to. It simply is. You carry it in how you move, how you speak, how you choose. This is the sign that your spiritual awakening is over. When you no longer search for alignment, you are alignment. Your intuition has become your lifestyle. Your choices are made in wholeness, not in doubt. And your life, slowly and steadily, becomes a mirror of your soul's deepest truth. That is the gift of spiritual wisdom, and now it lives in you. If you're ready to trust your inner guidance and follow your intuition with clarity and confidence, comment below, "I follow my inner voice." Let this be your declaration that you no longer seek outside approval. Your soul already knows the way. Sign 2. Material desires no longer control you. You no longer crave the shiny symbols of success that once held power over you. The chase for wealth, the desire to accumulate more, the longing for titles, praise, and possessions, they've lost their grip. What once felt urgent now feels empty. You've looked behind the curtain of materialism and seen that it was never the destination. It was a distraction. What you want now cannot be held in your hands, but must be felt in your soul. Peace, purpose, and deep inner alignment. This is not detachment out of defeat. This is the kind of clarity that only arrives after the storm of longing has passed. You no longer measure your value by your bank account, your home, or your appearance. Instead, you measure it by how quiet your mind is when you're alone, how full your heart is when you give, and how aligned you feel when you speak your truth. Your old self used to hustle for validation, but your awakened self moves with quiet confidence. Your needs are no longer fueled by scarcity, but by sacredness. You no longer grasp, you allow. You no longer chase, you attract. And the shift is so powerful, it's almost invisible, yet your entire life feels lighter because of it. Abundance still flows to you, but the desperation is gone. There's no more begging, forcing, or proving. Now, abundance comes to you like a trusted friend, gently, consistently, and without resistance. You've realized that spiritual awakening doesn't mean rejecting money or success. It means refusing to let them define you. You no longer build your self-worth on things that can be taken away. You've rooted your worth in something eternal, your divine essence, your mission, your presence. You're no longer interested in proving anything to anyone. What once felt like ambition now feels like noise. Your soul has taken the lead. Your desires have been refined. You only move if it's in alignment. You only say yes if your spirit agrees. And that alignment has made you magnetic, not just to people, but to opportunities, blessings, synchronicities. What once required exhausting effort now flows with grace. Because your energy is clean, your intentions are clear, your heart is open, and your hands are steady. As Carl Jung said, who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakens. You've done the inner work. You've healed the need to be seen and replaced it with the power to see clearly. You've traded applause for peace, comparison for compassion, and approval for authenticity. Your life is no longer about getting more, but about becoming more. And that shift, that's not just growth, that's power. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's keep evolving together. Sign number 4 is waiting for you. Sign 3, you no longer feel separate from the universe. You no longer feel like an outsider, disconnected from the flow of life, or cut off from something greater. That feeling of separation, once so heavy and defining, has quietly melted away. You're not fighting the world anymore. You're part of it. You've stopped resisting change, because deep down, you now trust that everything unfolds exactly as it should. This isn't just acceptance, it's alignment. It's what Carl Jung called individuation, the realization that what you were searching for was never outside of you. It was always within, waiting to be remembered. The illusion of separation between you and nature, between you and others, between you and the divine has dissolved. You sense the unity behind all things. A tree is no longer just a tree. A stranger's eyes are no longer empty. A difficult moment is no longer meaningless. Everything is speaking, and now you have the ears to hear it. There's a calmness in you that wasn't there before. You don't need to control the outcome because you feel guided by something deeper than logic, by rhythm, by intuition, by a sacred intelligence moving through all things, including you. Carl Jung believed that wholeness arises when we integrate all the hidden parts of ourselves, not when we deny or escape them. That process has happened to you. You've sat with your pain. You've faced your confusion. You've embraced your light and your shadow. And something incredible has happened in return. You've come home to yourself. That home isn't a place, it's a way of being, a way of seeing. It's the moment you realize that the universe isn't out there, it's here, and it's always been. In everyday life, this shows up in small but powerful ways. You stop rushing, you start listening, you become more present with people, even when they're hurting or triggering. You don't take things so personally anymore because you see the bigger picture. Even in chaos, you hold your center. Even in silence, you feel full. Your identity is no longer built on roles, labels, or outcomes. It's rooted in presence. You've stopped trying to become someone, and you've started being yourself, fully and unapologetically. This shift is not just a spiritual idea, it's a lived transformation. A woman once shared that after years of trying to fix her life, something changed. She stopped forcing answers and started paying attention to the stillness. One afternoon, sitting alone, she felt everything around her, trees, wind, and light, suddenly come alive. Not through words, but through being. She realized she wasn't alone, never had been. That moment wasn't dramatic, but it changed everything. That's what it's like when the separation fades. You stop asking for signs and start living as the sign. You've reached the point where your awakening is no longer about seeking. It's about embodying. You carry the spiritual wisdom of someone who has returned from the depths, not with noise, but with knowing. You've stopped needing to be chosen because you know you were. And now, it's time to use what you've become. Are you starting to feel deeply connected to the universe and all that is? If this resonates with you, comment below. I am one with the universe. To affirm your spiritual awakening and inspire others to embrace their divine connection too. Let's grow together. Sign 4. You have embraced solitude and peace. You no longer fear being alone because you've come to realize that solitude is not a punishment. It's a gift. The moment you stopped chasing noise and started cherishing silence was the moment your awakening matured. You began to understand what Carl Jung meant when he said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around, but from being unable to communicate the things that matter." Now, your soul no longer aches for constant company. It craves peace, stillness, and presence. You have stopped filling the silence with distractions and started letting it speak to you. Spiritual awakening isn't just about realizing universal truths. It's about learning to enjoy your own company in a world that tries to make you forget who you are without others. You no longer measure your worth by how many people call, text, or notice you. You've stopped performing for attention and started protecting your energy like it's sacred. You've learned that not everyone deserves access to you, and that peace is not found in a crowd. It's found in alignment with your higher self. That's why shallow relationships no longer satisfy you. They feel too small, too loud, too disconnected from the depth your soul has awakened to. You begin to crave conversations that stretch your mind, not just pass the time. You're no longer afraid to walk away from people who can't meet you there. This isn't arrogance, it's evolution. It's the quiet confidence that comes from knowing yourself so deeply that you no longer negotiate your peace for temporary company. The void that once made you feel lonely now feels full because you filled it with self-respect, awareness, and truth. You've discovered the paradox that in silence, you are not alone. You are most connected. You start to notice how the world praises extroversion, but forgets that all transformation happens in the quiet. You don't need constant validation or stimulation anymore. You choose nights with yourself over draining events. You journal instead of overshare. You take walks to reconnect with your center, rather than scroll endlessly for meaning. You find that when your energy is aligned, solitude becomes your sanctuary. It's not isolation, it's inner integration. Carl Jung believed that the process of individuation, of becoming whole, required retreating from the collective, confronting your own shadow, and learning to live from the center of your being. And that is exactly what you're doing. You are not waiting for someone else to complete you. You're not chasing after shallow conversations just to feel seen. You have become the one who sees yourself fully, and that's power. You no longer feel guilty for choosing peace. You protect your space, your time, and your heart because you understand that not everyone is meant to walk with you in this chapter. This isn't about being alone. It's about being in alignment. It's not about isolation. It's about insulation from noise that distorts your truth. Silence no longer signals emptiness. It signals readiness, depth, power. This is where the real transformation happens, not in the chaos, but in the calm. And now, you finally understand that. Do you feel this deep shift within you? If you've embraced solitude and found peace in your own presence, declare it boldly in the comments. I protect my peace and walk in divine stillness. Sign 5. You can see through deception and illusions. You no longer fall for the lies. That's the sign. The veil has lifted, and you see through the manipulation that once controlled you. The fear-based headlines, the glamorized illusions, the hollow promises of happiness sold by society no longer seduce you. You've awakened, and with that awakening comes a piercing clarity. It's not just that you recognize deception. You feel it, sense it, and walk away from it with grace. Your spiritual awakening has trained your perception. Now, you see the intention behind the words, the energy behind the actions, and the illusion behind the mask. You no longer believe something simply because it's on the news or because someone in power says it. Your discernment is alive, sharp, grounded, and uncompromising. You understand how deeply conditioned people are to accept fear as truth and control as safety. But you've stepped outside of that. You've stopped outsourcing your thinking. You question the narrative, not out of rebellion, but because your soul refuses to live in illusion. And that discernment, that quiet, grounded knowing, has made you immune to fear. You used to get caught in the emotional chaos of others. Now, you observe it without absorbing it. You used to believe the world's definition of success, safety, and love. You define those things for yourself. You can feel when something is off, even if everyone else is clapping for it. You can see through the polished appearance and straight into the energy. You've stopped being impressed by the surface and started being guided by substance. And when people try to manipulate you, you feel it in your gut. You don't need evidence. Your body tells you. Your soul speaks louder than their performance. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart." And that's exactly what happened. You went inward, and the world became visible. You're no longer a puppet of culture, media, or fear. You walk in truth, and that truth keeps you steady in a world of shifting illusions. This clarity can feel isolating at times. You see things others don't. You sense energies they ignore. But this is not a burden. It's your power. You're not meant to convince others. You're meant to embody the truth so deeply that your presence itself becomes a disruption to deception. When others are triggered by your calm or your silence, it's because you remind them of a truth they've forgotten. You're not here to argue, to prove, or to explain. You're here to live aligned. That's what makes you untouchable. That's what keeps you free. You don't need to escape the world. You just no longer belong to the illusion of it. And when the world tries to pull you back into its fog, you return to your center. You return to your clarity. You return to your soul. Because once your spiritual awakening strips away illusion, there's no going back. And you wouldn't want to. If this message resonates with your spirit, subscribe and stay connected to a community that seeks truth beyond illusion. Here, we awaken, discern, and rise together in clarity. Remember, you are grounded in divine truth. No fear, no deception can shake you now. Sign 6. You naturally attract people who need your light. You no longer need to announce your presence or explain your journey. People feel it. They are drawn to you, not because of your words, but because of your steady, grounded, and healing energy. Even without trying, you've become a lighthouse in the storm for those still lost in confusion. Strangers start conversations. Friends open up. Someone glances at you and senses peace. This is not an accident. This is what happens when your spiritual awakening has moved from a personal transformation to a collective impact. Your light is no longer for you alone. It's for others who are ready to rise. Carl Jung taught that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Now that you've done the inner work facing the shadows, healing the wounds, dissolving illusions, you've shifted your frequency. People can feel that. Without knowing why, they sense that you're safe. They see something in your presence that reminds them of who they could be. And in a world where most are still asleep, your awakened state becomes a magnet for those hungry for clarity, guidance, and truth. You don't need to offer advice. Sometimes, your stillness is enough. But just as light attracts, it also reveals. And not everyone is ready for what your energy exposes. You may notice that some people suddenly distance themselves. They might become defensive, critical, even hostile. This is not a reflection of you. It's a reflection of their own unhealed parts. Carl Jung called this the shadow, the unconscious aspects of ourselves we deny or suppress. When your light meets someone else's shadow, it either inspires or threatens. And that reaction has nothing to do with your worth. This is where spiritual wisdom becomes essential. Discernment is no longer optional. It's a requirement. You must learn to tell the difference between those who are genuinely seeking light and those who simply want to feed off it. Being open-hearted does not mean being available to everyone. Your energy is sacred. Protect it. Just because someone is drawn to you doesn't mean they're ready to grow with you. Give your presence, but not your peace. Hold space, but don't lose yourself in it. A young woman once shared how she used to wonder why people always poured their souls out to her, even strangers on the train. She wasn't a healer by profession, but her spirit had matured through years of quiet endurance. One day, someone told her, "I don't know why, but I feel lighter just talking to you." That's when she realized she had become medicine just by being real. Not perfect, not loud, just a present. That's what spiritual awakening does. It turns pain into power, silence into depth, and survival into healing for others. You didn't choose this role by ego. It was chosen through your journey. You don't have to force your light. It flows naturally because you've embodied it. And now, that light is guiding others home, not through preaching, but through being. If this message speaks to your soul, say it out loud. I am a vessel of light, and those who need healing are drawn to me. I honor this calling with wisdom and grace. Sign 7. You feel a strong call to step into your mission. You no longer feel satisfied with what once excited you. The noise, the distractions, the things that used to fill your time now feel empty, like echoes from a version of yourself that no longer exists. This isn't apathy. This is clarity. A sacred clarity that arises after a long season of inner work, solitude, and shedding illusions. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakens." And you, after all the seeking, have awakened. But now, something deeper is stirring. It's not a whisper anymore. It's fierce, urgent, undeniable. You feel it in your bones, in your breath, in your spirit. You are being called. The call isn't vague. You are being pulled to teach, to heal, to lead, to build. Not because it's glamorous or profitable, but because it feels unbearable to do anything else. You are no longer able to numb this knowing. There's a shift from waiting for the sign to realizing you are the sign. Everything you've lived through, the grief, the chaos, the nights you thought you wouldn't survive, wasn't wasted. It was preparation. You didn't lose time. You were being forged. And now, that forging is complete. Now, you carry wisdom in your wounds and power in your presence. The old identity is collapsing because the new one is ready to rise. The world will still tempt you with comfort and conformity, but you've outgrown it. You've tasted something real, and nothing else will do. Carl Jung taught that healing doesn't mean becoming perfect, but becoming whole. You now understand your shadows, your patterns, your light. You are no longer fragmented. You are integrated. And that integration demands expression. This isn't the time to shrink. It's the time to step forward, not with certainty, but with conviction. Think of the countless souls out there praying for a guide, a word, a sign of hope. What if that sign is you? What if your story, your voice, your truth is exactly what someone else needs to remember who they are? What if your pain, now alchemized into wisdom, is the bridge to someone else's freedom? The calling you feel isn't ego. It's a service. It's a sacred responsibility. And no, you don't need to have it all figured out. You just need to begin. Everything in your life has led to this moment. You've been initiated by experience, not theory. The universe doesn't wait for perfect people. It moves through willing vessels. Your spiritual awakening was never meant to be a destination. It was a doorway. And now that you've walked through it, the mission begins. Not someday. Not when you're more ready. Now. If this message has stirred something deep within you, declare it boldly in the comments. I accept my divine mission. I am ready to serve with purpose and power. Your calling is no accident. It's time to rise. Subscribe and join others who are awakening to their true path. Thank you for joining us on this powerful journey. If something within you stirred while watching this video, trust that it wasn't random. Your awakening wasn't the end. It was the beginning of your true embodiment. Now is the time to live your wisdom, walk in your power, and become the mirror of the transformation you've already undergone. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Tap the notification bell so you never miss an upload that speaks directly to your soul. Until next time, stay aware, stay empowered, and keep using your light. The 3 moments that almost destroy every empath, and how Carl Jung says you survive them. Knowing your own darkness is the best method for dealing with the darknesses of other people. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom. Today, we're diving into the 3 moments that almost break every empath. The moments that shake your identity, test your boundaries, and push your heart to the edge. But more importantly, we'll explore how Carl Jung's teachings reveal the exact inner strengths that help you survive, rise, and transform through them. As you listen, reflect on your own journey. Which of these moments have you faced, and what did they teach you about yourself? Share your experience in the comments below. Your story might be the light someone else needs today. The first deadly moment, the recognition of non-reciprocity. The first deadly moment in an empath's life is the recognition of non-reciprocity. That piercing instant when you finally see with painful clarity that the warmth, gentleness, and emotional depth you offer so naturally are not being returned in the same way. And this realization almost destroys you because it collapses the quiet illusion that others feel relationships as deeply as you do, exposes how many of your bonds have been quietly one-sided, and forces you into a kind of inner exile that feels like psychological aloneness. It is in this raw place that so many empaths begin blaming themselves, wondering if they were too intense, too sensitive, too available, or too loving, while others swing toward cynicism, convincing themselves that real closeness does not exist. But beneath all of this emotional turbulence lies a spiritual truth that Carl Jung insisted on confronting. You are not actually seeing the person, you are seeing the projection of your own empathy reflected back at you. And it is this projection that creates the illusion of reciprocity. When the projection breaks, the truth appears, and it is this unveiling that feels like heartbreak. Yet Jung's survival protocol, conscious discrimination, exists precisely for this moment. It is a discipline of clarity, a willingness to observe people as they are, rather than as your heart hopes they might become. And this clarity becomes the foundation of your spiritual awakening, because it teaches you that empathy is not a universal language. It is a rare dialect, spoken fluently only by a few. Conscious discrimination asks you to stop pouring your emotional energy into relationships that do not, cannot, or will not reciprocate, because continuing to give deeply in desert soil will only lead you to spiritual exhaustion. This is why Jung's wisdom echoes through the metaphor, "Don't plant orchids in desert soil." A reminder that even the most precious seeds cannot bloom where the environment itself rejects nourishment. To practice this, you must begin noticing subtler forms of reciprocity, the way someone listens when you speak, whether they initiate connection or only respond when needed, whether they show care without being prompted, whether they repair after conflict or simply wait for you to fix everything. These tiny behavioral patterns hold spiritual wisdom because they reveal the architecture of a person's emotional world. When you stop projecting your empathy onto others, these patterns become easier to see. And with each act of seeing, you reclaim a piece of the power you once surrendered to imbalance. This moment of recognition is devastating, not because others are unkind, but because you finally witness the truth without the cushioning of illusion. It forces you to realize that your emotional generosity cannot transform someone who is unwilling to meet you at your depth. But rather than hardening your heart, conscious discrimination refines it. It teaches you that spirituality is not passive softness. It is disciplined awareness, a grounded understanding of where your energy flows and where it drains. It shows you that spiritual awakening is not only about transcendent experiences. Sometimes it is about identifying the subtle dynamics that quietly shape your emotional life and learning how to navigate them with maturity and grace. As you move through this recognition, the grief that rises is not a sign of personal failure. It is the release of an outdated narrative that once governed your relationships. The sadness belongs not to the truth itself, but to the years you spent believing that your empathy alone could sustain connection. In this grief, you begin to realign your boundaries. You learn to draw a sacred circle around your emotional energy and to protect it not with walls, but with discernment. You begin to understand that the right relationships will not need to be rescued, revived, or restructured. They will breathe on their own. When this clarity takes root, your internal world begins to shift. You stop being magnetized toward emotional deserts and start gravitating toward environments where mutuality exists naturally. You recognize that intimacy is not created through effort alone, but through resonance. You finally understand that your empathy is a gift, but only when offered to people who can receive it without draining you. And slowly, quietly, powerfully, the moment that once felt like destruction becomes the threshold of transformation, guiding you toward relationships where your heart is not a burden, but a match, and your depth is not a risk, but a home. Have you ever realized you were giving your heart to people who could never truly meet you halfway? If so, share your experience in the comments below so others can learn from your journey. And if you're just beginning to awaken to this truth, type, "I see it now." Let this be your moment of clarity and strength, the second deadly moment. Dissolution of self through accommodation. You arrive at the second deadly moment, the dissolution of self through accommodation, when you suddenly become aware that you have been shape-shifting for so long that your own inner voice has faded into the background. And every time you adjusted yourself to keep the peace, meet expectations, or carry emotional weight for others, another piece of your true identity sank beneath the surface until one day someone asks you, "What do you want?" And the question lands like a shock because the honest answer feels blurry, frightening, and painfully unclear. This moment almost destroys empaths because you built not one identity, but many, each one carefully molded to avoid conflict or disappointment. And while these personas helped you survive, they also pulled you further away from your center, burying your real preferences, burying your real needs, and burying the self that once felt natural. Then, when the exhaustion becomes unbearable, your instincts often push you toward a sudden rebellion, a dramatic swing to the opposite extreme, where you try to reclaim yourself by rejecting everything and everyone at once. But this opposite persona is just another mask, another overcorrection, another counterfeit version of you. Carl Jung's survival protocol interrupts this collapse with something steady, grounded, and deeply connected to spirituality and spiritual development: active imagination for self-recovery. a practice where you stop shape-shifting long enough to ask yourself real questions and give space for the authentic answer to rise. You sit with yourself without trying to perform, impress, or say what sounds reasonable. Instead, you wait for the quiet voice beneath the noise of habit and obligation. You start small, asking what kind of morning rhythm feels natural, which people energize you, what pace your body prefers, what foods you actually enjoy, and you treat these answers as a rediscovery rather than a luxury. This process teaches you the essential skill that every empath must learn to survive. Letting people feel disappointed without rushing in to fix their discomfort. Disappointment is not danger. Disappointment is not a failure of kindness. Disappointment is simply proof that you are no longer abandoning yourself to keep the world smooth. From here, you rebuild your identity slowly, preference by preference, boundary by boundary, because the real self doesn't return in a single breakthrough moment. It returns through small choices that honor your values and match your energy. You speak to yourself as if guiding a friend. You are allowed to rest without reasons. You are allowed to say no without guilt. You are allowed to stop carrying what doesn't belong to you. And each sentence becomes a thread that pulls you back to center. Along the way, guilt will try to disguise itself as goodness, telling you that you are selfish for choosing yourself. But if you look closer, you will see that guilt appears only when you stop performing the role others benefited from, not when you do something wrong. That realization marks the beginning of inner healing, because now you respond not with rebellion, but with clarity, replacing overreactions with calm boundaries like, "I'm not available for that," and letting the sentence stand without explanation. When confusion arises, you anchor yourself to tiny, doable steps. 1. Honest no. This week. 1 conversation you exit when your body tightens. 1 evening you protect for quiet. And as you repeat these choices, your center grows stronger. You begin to recognize which roles require self-betrayal and slowly let them go. You learn to measure your progress by congruence instead of approval, noticing when your words, actions, and inner signals finally match. Through this slow, steady rebuilding, you transform the dissolution of self from a breaking point into a turning point, reclaiming the identity you lost through years of over-accommodation and stepping back into a life shaped not by expectation, but by truth. If this second deadly moment resonates with you, declare your strength in the comments below. Write, "I honor my true self, and I choose to stay whole." Your words may inspire another empath who needs this reminder today. The third deadly moment, the recognition of fundamental aloneness. The third deadly moment comes when you finally awaken to the haunting realization that no one will ever completely understand your inner world. No matter how close, loving, or intuitive another person may be, there will always remain an unbridgeable distance between your soul and theirs. For empaths, this truth strikes like lightning. It shatters the lifelong dream of perfect mutual understanding. You've likely built your relationships on the hope that someone could mirror your emotions, read your silences, and grasp your heart's language without you needing to explain. When you discover that such total connection is impossible, it can trigger a wave of existential despair so deep it threatens to pull you under. Many empaths respond by withdrawing, closing their hearts, and convincing themselves that it's safer not to feel at all. Carl Jung, whose spiritual wisdom continues to illuminate the depths of human experience, offered a path through this darkness. Accept the paradox. You are fundamentally alone, and yet meaningful connection is still possible. This isn't resignation, it's liberation. The moment you stop demanding perfect understanding from others, you begin to appreciate the beauty of partial understanding. You realize that love doesn't need to be flawless to be real. Jung once said, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." With this truth, you see that your loneliness isn't a punishment. It's an invitation to deepen your relationship with yourself. From here begins the sacred art of self-companionship. Instead of craving constant validation, you start nurturing your own inner dialogue, learning to be good company to yourself. You speak to your heart gently, listen to your thoughts without judgment, and offer compassion where there was once self-criticism. This inner friendship becomes a source of stability that no external relationship can replace. As you fill your inner world with understanding and care, your outer connections begin to change. You no longer reach out from emptiness, but from fullness. You no longer demand that others rescue you from isolation. Instead, you meet them as equals, offering presence instead of need. In time, you see the miracle. Even though no one can completely know you, they can still meet you where it matters. A look, a word, a shared silence, these small bridges of connection become sacred. You stop measuring love by how perfectly it reflects you and begin to value how sincerely it touches you. And through this acceptance, your relationships deepen. You love without illusion. You listen without expectation. And you give without fear of being misunderstood. Jung taught that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. In embracing your aloneness, you discover that authenticity is the key to real connection. It's not about finding someone who fully understands you. It's about learning to live truthfully within yourself and bringing that truth to others. So when that crushing awareness comes that no one will ever fully know your soul, remember that it's not the end, but the beginning of real spiritual awakening. It's the moment your empathy matures into wisdom. It's the point where you stop looking for mirrors and start becoming light. And in that luminous self-acceptance, you finally understand what Carl Jung meant, that our task is not to escape solitude, but to find God, truth, and peace within it, and then share that peace, imperfectly but beautifully, with the world. If this moment spoke to your soul, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts below. Tell us how you faced your own fundamental aloneness, and let's continue growing together on this journey of spiritual wisdom. 4. What happens when an empath survives all three moments? When an empath survives all three breaking points, the moment they stop rescuing people who refuse to rise, the moment they stop dissolving themselves to keep everyone else calm, and the moment they face the loneliness that comes after finally setting boundaries, they do not become colder, they become clearer. And this clarity is the foundation of spirituality and spiritual awakening. The inner shift where emotional overwhelm turns into emotional intelligence. Jung reminds us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And surviving these thresholds makes you conscious in a way you have never been before, shaping what he calls a tempered empathy, Empathy that is soft but not porous, compassionate but not self-destructive, loving but never blind. This tempered empathy rests first on discernment, the ability to know who can truly reciprocate. You begin to sense the difference between someone who is hurting and someone who is harmful, between someone who needs support and someone who drains you because it is their pattern, not their moment. You start watching actions instead of promises, effort instead of excuses, repair instead of emotional theatrics. You learn that reciprocity is not about perfection, but about willingness. Do they show up? Do they try? Do they take responsibility? Discernment becomes the inner filter that protects your heart from becoming a free emotional service station for those who thrive on taking without returning. This is not coldness, it is stewardship, the wisdom of tending your emotional garden with a gate instead of leaving it open to anyone who wanders by. From that clarity grows authentic selfhood, the end of shapeshifting. You stop twisting yourself into whatever form keeps the peace. You stop swallowing your truth so others won't feel uncomfortable. You stop performing softness just to be acceptable. Instead, you reclaim your preferences, your boundaries, your voice. Your yes becomes intentional. Your no becomes clean. And your presence gains weight because you are no longer bending to match the room. People trust you more because you are solid. Your energy stops flickering between versions of yourself and begins to stabilize into who you actually are. The masks you wore to survive childhood finally fall away, and in their place rises a self that is honest, grounded, and not afraid to be seen. As your selfhood strengthens, you begin to form realistic connection, the ability to value imperfect but genuine communion. You stop chasing fantasy bonds and start appreciating relationships built on effort, repair, and mutual growth. You understand that intimacy is not the absence of conflict, but the presence of willingness. You choose the friend who shows up late but consistently over the person who dazzles you for a week, then disappears. You prefer the partner who learns out loud over the one who performs perfection. You stop expecting people to read your mind and begin practicing small, honest conversations that keep the connection real. You allow space for differences because you realize authentic bonds are not seamless. They are shaped, like pottery, through pressure, release, and return. Finally, surviving these thresholds leads you into self-companionship, the deepest relationship you will ever build, the one with yourself. You stop searching for constant external soothing and learn to become your own emotional anchor. You build rituals that steady your nervous system, create inner safety through routine, and learn to sit with your own discomfort without abandoning yourself. You begin hearing your intuition with new clarity, the tightening that signals a no, the warmth that signals a yes, the inner voice that becomes less like a whisper and more like guidance. When you nurture self-trust, you no longer negotiate for crumbs of validation. You offer yourself presence, rest, kindness, and truth. And with that inner bond, you stop fearing solitude because you are no longer alone inside yourself. Together, discernment, authentic selfhood, realistic connection, and self-companionship transform the empath's journey from constant emotional survival into grounded emotional mastery. They allow you to remain open without being unprotected, loving without being depleted, sensitive without being overwhelmed. They turn your empathy from something that once endangered you into something that empowers you. aligning your heart with truth, your energy with wisdom, and your path with a strength that can finally sustain you. In the end, these 3 breaking points aren't meant to destroy you. They're meant to reveal the strength, intuition, and deep inner knowing you were born with. As Carl Jung reminds us, the moments that threaten to shatter the empath are often the very ones that awaken their true power. If today's message from Spiritual Wisdom spoke to your heart, please take a moment to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to the channel. And don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with deeper insights and transformative wisdom. When the empath heals the core wound, attraction flips instantly. The wound is the place where the light enters you. Rumi, have you ever noticed how, once you begin to heal, the same energy that used to attract pain suddenly starts attracting peace? In today's video, when the empath heals the core wound, attraction flips. Instantly from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore why true transformation doesn't begin with changing others. It begins with healing the invisible patterns within yourself. As you rise in consciousness and release the old emotional imprints, you shift your frequency, and everything around you responds. Tell me in the comments, what core wound are you ready to release today? Let's start this journey of spiritual awakening together. 1. The core revelation. Carl Jung observed that when an empath finally heals their deepest psychological wound, the entire nature of attraction transforms in an instant. It's not a slow process, but an energetic shift so sudden and complete that Jung described it as terrifying. This is because the empath's entire vibration changes the frequency that once magnetically pulled in people who reflected their unhealed pain no longer resonates with them. The empath begins to rise above cycles of emotional dependency, toxic love, and subconscious patterns of self-sacrifice. They are no longer drawn to chaos or emotional unpredictability because their nervous system, once addicted to it, has learned peace. When this inner calm replaces old wounds, the outer world mirrors that healing, and new types of people start to appear. Those who bring safety, respect, and balance. This transformation is the silent proof that healing is not just psychological, but profoundly spiritual. It marks a spiritual awakening, where the empath no longer seeks validation, but vibrates from self-worth. The heart that once absorbed pain like a sponge now radiates strength and clarity. This is the point where the soul reclaims its power, where what once felt like love born from fear transforms into love born from awareness. The empath's energy field becomes lighter, their boundaries firmer, and their intuition sharper. They begin to recognize that the people and experiences that used to feel like home were actually reflections of their inner wounds. The moment that realization takes root, the old attraction fades and a new alignment emerges. Jung's insight reveals a universal law of spirituality. When consciousness changes, attraction changes. Healing the core wound is like changing the frequency of your inner signal. Suddenly, only those tuned to your new vibration can find you. This is why the shift can feel disorienting. Familiar connections fall away, and the empath may even grieve the loss of intensity. Yet beneath the discomfort lies liberation. For what once drained their life force no longer holds power. The empath's energy becomes sacred ground, no longer a battlefield of emotion, but a sanctuary of peace. And in that sanctuary, attraction flips instantly, not because the world outside changed, but because the soul within remembered its wholeness. In this state of spiritual wisdom, the empath learns that every wound was a teacher, every heartbreak a path to awakening. Healing does not erase the past, but transforms it into strength. What once drew them into lessons now draws them into purpose. This is the essence of true spiritual awakening, when the light of consciousness replaces the patterns of pain, and the empath no longer attracts from need, but from presence, alignment, and love. Comment below. I am ready to heal my core wound. If you're ready to step into your true power and experience the shift where love, energy, and attraction finally align with your healed spirit. 2. The real core wound. The real core wound of the empath is not trauma or abandonment. It is self-suppression. From a young age, you were told you were too sensitive, too emotional, or too judgmental. And over time, those words taught you to hide your perception and silence your intelligence to preserve relationships with people who couldn't handle being seen clearly. You learned that authenticity might cost you love, so you began doubting your intuition, minimizing your truth, and adapting yourself to fit into spaces that could never hold the fullness of your being. What you didn't realize was that this quiet act of self-abandonment became a pattern deeply woven into your energy. You started to associate love with shrinking and connection with compliance. But true spirituality is not about pleasing others. It's about remembering who you are when you stop apologizing for your sensitivity and start honoring it as your greatest strength. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." When you suppress your truth, the unconscious drives your relationships, pulling you toward those who reinforce your old wounds. You attract people who need your empathy but cannot reciprocate it, who crave your light but reject your clarity. They are drawn to your energy not because they love you fully, but because your silence sustains their comfort. Yet the moment you awaken to this cycle and choose to honor your own truth, the entire energetic dynamic begins to shift. Those who once fed off your self-suppression feel the vibration change because you are no longer an energetic match to their unhealed patterns. This is the invisible moment when attraction flips, when the one who once felt powerless in relationships suddenly becomes magnetic through authenticity and spiritual development. Healing this core wound doesn't mean hardening your heart. It means letting your heart lead with consciousness. You begin to see that your emotions are not weaknesses, but sacred messages that reveal where you've betrayed yourself to keep the peace. Each boundary you set, each truth you speak, and each moment you choose alignment over approval becomes an act of reclaiming your soul. The empath's path of healing is not about changing who you are. It's about coming home to the depth, intuition, and love that were always within you. Through this process, your energy transforms. It becomes lighter, cleaner, and more aligned with divine truth. You stop seeking validation in others and instead find strength in your own presence. You no longer chase connection because you understand that real connection begins with self-connection. And that's when attraction flips in its purest form. The people and situations that once mirrored your pain begin to fall away, replaced by those who resonate with your healed vibration. You stop attracting lessons and start attracting reflections of your growth. You stop begging for love and begin to radiate it. In this state, spirituality and emotional healing merge. You become a living embodiment of balance, self-awareness, and divine alignment. The empath, who once dimmed their light to survive, now shines unapologetically, and that light becomes both protection and magnetism. The wound that once defined you becomes your wisdom, and the love you once sought from others finally flows freely from within. 3. The victim cycle. Because you doubt your own perception, you keep attracting people who exploit that very uncertainty. Carl Jung, in his profound spiritual wisdom, observed that the empath often lives in a repeating cycle of confusion and self-betrayal. It begins the moment you sense manipulation, a quiet feeling that something isn't right. Instead of trusting that intuition, you question yourself. Then, the manipulator reinforces your doubt, making you believe the problem lies within you. To keep the peace, you suppress your intelligence, silence your inner voice, and shrink your light just to hold the relationship together. And so, the cycle continues until one day, a catastrophic betrayal forces you to see the truth you've been avoiding all along. That betrayal, though devastating, becomes your awakening. You realize that your empathy was never the weakness others made you believe it was. It was your greatest power, misused because you didn't yet understand its boundaries. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." In that moment of awakening, you stop seeking love in those who drain you and begin cultivating love from within. You start to understand that true peace cannot exist where self-denial lives. What once drew you toward manipulation now repels it because you have healed the part of you that needed saving. Attraction flips instantly, not because others change, but because you have. Your frequency rises, your energy stabilizes, and suddenly you attract people who meet you in truth instead of taking from your light. As you heal, you stop replaying the same emotional script. You no longer feel the need to prove your worth or overextend your compassion to those unwilling to meet you halfway. Carl Jung's teachings remind us that every manipulative relationship was a mirror showing us where we had not yet trusted ourselves. Once you integrate that lesson, the outer world transforms effortlessly. The confusion that once blinded you becomes clarity. The pain that once silenced you becomes wisdom. The empath who once absorbed others' pain begins to radiate stability, authenticity, and quiet power. This shift is not about revenge or distance, it's about alignment. When you finally make the unconscious conscious, the victim cycle ends. The betrayal that broke you becomes the teacher that built you. The same energy that once drew in manipulation now magnetizes genuine connection. You stop chasing what was never yours and start attracting what your healed heart naturally deserves. In the end, when the empath heals the core wound, the entire field of attraction rearranges itself. Those who are drawn to your doubt disappear, and those who recognize your wholeness appear. You realize that love was never about losing yourself. It was about finding yourself through the mirror of your own awakening. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on breaking free from the victim cycle and stepping into your true power of healing, attraction, and emotional mastery. 4. The clarity event. A betrayal so deep, whether through lies, infidelity, or emotional manipulation, becomes what Carl Jung called the clarity event, a moment when illusion dies and truth is born. The empath, once tangled in confusion and self-blame, suddenly sees everything with unfiltered clarity. Their intuition, once doubted and dismissed, stands vindicated. Yet instead of collapsing, they enter a stillness that feels almost supernatural. They no longer react. They observe. This serenity is not numbness. It is awakening. It marks the beginning of shadow integration, when suppressed intelligence, intuition, and strength rise from the unconscious. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." In this instant of realization, fate transforms into awareness, and awareness transforms into freedom. The empath, who once poured all their energy into understanding others, begins redirecting that energy inward. This is where spiritual awakening unfolds, not in light alone, but in the meeting of light and shadow. Every piece of wisdom that was buried beneath self-doubt begins to surface. The empath realizes that their empathy was never weakness. It was misdirected strength. They stop trying to fix others and instead begin to heal themselves. What once looked like emotional detachment becomes emotional mastery. The clarity event does not harden the heart, it purifies it. Through this transformation, they embody true spirituality, not blind forgiveness, but the courage to see clearly and love wisely. As this internal shift deepens, the empath's energy changes. The same frequency that once attracted chaos now emits peace, and the universe mirrors that vibration back. The narcissists, manipulators, and emotional takers can no longer find resonance with this new frequency. Attraction flips instantly because energy alignment has changed. Where there was once confusion, there is now coherence. As Jung observed, what you resist not only persists, but will grow in size. By embracing the lesson hidden in betrayal, the empath stops resisting pain and begins transforming it. They recognize that every wound was a teacher, every heartbreak a mirror, revealing what was unhealed within. This clarity becomes their new foundation. They no longer chase love to feel worthy. They radiate worthiness. They no longer seek validation. They embody it. The empath's calmness becomes magnetic. Their silence becomes sacred, and their boundaries become their most powerful form of compassion. Their relationships shift because they now attract what matches their inner peace. This is the divine paradox of awakening. When the empath stops trying to be chosen, they become the chooser. The energy that once pleaded to be understood now stands firm in self-understanding. And in that stillness, love finally finds them, not because they chase it, but because they have become it. This is the essence of the clarity event. The moment the empath transcends illusion, embraces truth, and realizes that healing the core wound is not just recovery, It is rebirth. 5. Shadow integration. In Jungian terms, the shadow is everything we reject in ourselves, and for the empath, it is often the emotional debris of others that has been mistaken for their own. When you finally begin to face that shadow with honesty and compassion, a profound shift occurs. You stop apologizing for your emotions and start reclaiming your strength. This is the moment when spirituality and spiritual development merge, not as abstract ideals, but as lived truth. You begin to see yourself clearly, without shame, and feel deeply, without drowning. Integrating the shadow is not about becoming harder. It is about becoming whole. It is realizing that your sensitivity is not a curse, but a sacred instrument meant to guide you through the world with wisdom rather than fear. As you acknowledge the parts of yourself you once rejected, anger, need, envy, or desire, you no longer suppress them. Instead, you let them speak, learn from them, and release what no longer serves you. When you do this, your energy reorganizes itself. The same vibration that once attracted emotional takers now repels them. Those who seek to use your kindness will sense they can no longer penetrate your field, and those who meet you with respect and emotional depth will feel drawn to your presence. This is what it means to be psychologically complete, a sovereign being with boundaries rooted not in fear, but in clarity. You no longer seek approval to feel safe. You find safety within yourself. You stop rescuing people who refuse to grow and instead hold space for those who rise to meet you. Every emotion that once overwhelmed you becomes a compass. When you feel anger, it points to where your boundaries were crossed. When you feel sadness, it reveals what your soul has outgrown. When you feel joy, it shows alignment. Each feeling becomes a guide toward greater awareness. And this is where true spiritual development happens, not in escaping emotion, but in integrating it. Your nervous system learns calm without repression, strength without armor, and compassion without depletion. You no longer absorb energy unconsciously. You sense it, honor it, and decide what enters your space. This new inner coherence makes you magnetic, because authenticity always attracts what is real. Old patterns dissolve quietly. You no longer chase love, you invite it. You no longer perform to be understood, you speak to be heard. You no longer fear solitude, because solitude becomes sanctuary, a space where your intuition sharpens and your energy restores. You begin to see how every rejection was redirection toward alignment. Every heartbreak was initiation into truth. In this clarity, attraction flips instantly. The connections that drained you lose their grip, and the people who see your light with respect, not hunger, begin to appear. This is the alchemy of shadow work, turning what once felt like weakness into sacred power. Empaths often ask, "How do I start?" Begin with awareness. Name what you feel without judgment. Notice when you abandon yourself to keep peace. Replace reaction with reflection. Practice saying no without explanation. Let silence protect your truth when words are unnecessary. This daily act of self-honoring builds a foundation of self-trust, the cornerstone of any spiritual journey. As Carl Jung said, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. That is your task, to make peace with the darkness within, so that your light can shine without distortion. When you do, your presence becomes your power. You attract not through need, but through alignment, not through fear, but through wholeness. And that is when spirituality becomes not something you study, but something you live, calm, grounded, radiant, and completely free. Leave your like and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to activate the notification bell so you never miss new insights on healing and transformation. Type in the comments, "I embrace my shadow and walk in light," to affirm your journey of spiritual integration. 6. The attraction flip. When the empath heals the core wound, everything begins to shift from the inside out. The moment self-awareness blooms, their energy signature transforms into something unmistakably sovereign. Those who once preyed on their kindness suddenly sense that the old access is gone. Their manipulative instincts recoil, as if a predator realizes its prey has grown wings. This is not because the empath has hardened, but because their frequency has changed. Before healing, their aura carried the subtle vibrations of guilt, people-pleasing, and a subconscious desire to earn love through self-sacrifice. That frequency was a silent invitation to the broken and the controlling, to those seeking someone to fix, to feed on, or to validate their emptiness. But the instant the empath integrates their shadow, recognizes their worth, and forgives their past, the entire energetic field recalibrates. What once attracted chaos now repels it, and what once felt distant authenticity, maturity, emotional balance now moves closer as if drawn by gravity. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This truth becomes evident when an empath awakens to their inner dynamics. They realize that their attraction patterns were not random, but mirrors of unhealed pain. Healing is not just emotional, it's energetic alchemy. When the empath stops vibrating in the frequency of lack, they stop being a mirror for others' wounds. Their presence becomes a frequency of clarity, and clarity is powerful. Those who thrive on manipulation can no longer resonate with that vibration. It exposes their illusion, and so they naturally drift away. Yet this departure is not loss, it's liberation. The empath's energy becomes a light too bright for deceit and a haven for authenticity. The emptiness that follows is sacred space, preparing them for relationships that mirror peace instead of pain. This is the essence of the attraction flip. The empath no longer seeks validation through fixing others, but radiates self-respect and spiritual wisdom. They begin to attract those who meet them in wholeness, souls who are emotionally responsible, self-aware, and genuine. Jung compared the meeting of two personalities to the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. Once the empath transforms internally, the chemistry of their connections must change. Manipulators sense no reaction anymore. The empath's healed boundaries neutralize their control. Instead, the relationships that now form are based on mutual growth, not dependency. The dynamic shifts from saving to sharing, from draining to sustaining. The attraction becomes an act of resonance, not rescue. This transformation is not gradual, it's instant and energetic. The moment the empath chooses self-awareness, the shift is already in motion. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that energy precedes form. So when your vibration changes, your reality must follow. What you attract becomes an honest reflection of who you've become. Healing the core wound means you no longer live as a magnet for pain. You become a magnet for truth. And as your energy aligns with authenticity, the universe rearranges itself to meet you there. The broken will fade, the balanced will arrive, and for the first time, you'll experience love not as struggle, but as flow. 7. The pitfalls Jung warned about. Carl Jung once revealed that the path of spiritual awakening is not a straight line toward light, but a dance between awareness and shadow, between the soul's expansion and the ego's subtle disguises. The first trap he warned about is the inflation trap, where new insight turns into a crown for the ego. You begin to see through illusions, to understand truths others might miss, and suddenly a quiet thought arises: they're blind, and I see. This illusion of superiority is dangerous because it replaces genuine humility with spiritual arrogance. You start to measure worth by awareness, creating invisible distance between yourself and the world. True spirituality, however, is not about being above others. It's about remembering your shared humanity. The more you awaken, the softer your heart should become. The more you understand, the less you need to prove. Awareness is not meant to inflate the self, but to dissolve it, to help you see that enlightenment and compassion must walk hand in hand. Then comes the withdrawal trap, where the soul, frightened by pain and misunderstanding, begins to mistake solitude for safety. You retreat from people, from noise, from connection, telling yourself it's spiritual protection. But Jung taught that the psyche grows through relationship, that the mirror of others reveals what still lives in our unconscious. Isolation can become a disguised form of fear, a fear of being triggered, seen, or wounded again. Yet it is in those very reflections that the alchemy of transformation occurs. Spiritual awakening doesn't ask you to hide from life. It asks you to meet life with presence. It's not about building walls, but learning how to keep your inner peace even when surrounded by chaos. Protecting your energy should never mean denying yourself the experience of being human. And perhaps the most beautiful, yet deceptive, is the helper's high. The deep satisfaction that comes from giving, healing, and guiding others. At first, it feels noble, even divine. You become the light for those in darkness, the comforter for those in pain. But over time, the need to help becomes your identity, and your worth becomes tied to being needed. Jung saw this as another shadow of the healer archetype, a self that gives endlessly to avoid facing its own emptiness. You begin to fix others to avoid fixing yourself, to love others to avoid truly loving who you are. Genuine service, however, arises from overflow, not depletion. It's when your inner cup is full, when love flows freely without condition, that your energy truly heals. Helping others should not replace your own life. It should enrich it. Each of these traps the inflated ego, the fearful withdrawal, and the overextended healer exists to test your depth of awareness. They ask whether you are ready to live your spirituality, not just understand it. They challenge you to embody balance, to walk as both human and divine. Jung's wisdom reminds us that awakening is not about escaping the world, but about becoming more deeply alive within it. The light you seek is not above your shadow. It is hidden within it, waiting to be integrated. And when you face these traps with honesty, awareness transforms from a concept into a living presence, one that breathes through you, loves through you, and expresses itself as pure being. 8. The integrated empath. A healed empath is love with boundaries, the embodiment of balance between compassion and self-respect. They care deeply, but protect themselves absolutely, no longer confusing self-sacrifice with love or guilt with responsibility. Through spirituality and deep spiritual development, they've learned that empathy isn't about absorbing pain, but about witnessing it without losing themselves. Their empathy has evolved into a sacred discipline, a conscious act of awareness, not an unconscious reaction to others' emotions. They engage consciously, staying grounded in their truth, and choose connection that uplifts rather than drains. Healing the core wound, that hidden belief that love must be earned through suffering, flips the entire energetic dynamic of attraction. Suddenly, what used to pull you toward chaos now repels you. And what once felt boring peace, mutual respect, emotional safety becomes magnetic. You stop chasing those who mirror your pain and begin attracting those who mirror your wholeness. When your vibration no longer stems from fear or abandonment, you no longer tolerate emotional manipulation. Your energy starts communicating before you speak, silently setting boundaries that words once failed to protect. This transformation doesn't come from isolation, but from sacred solitude, the kind that rebuilds your soul's foundation. In solitude, you learn to hear your own frequency again. You practice shadow work, where you integrate what was once rejected, and creative expression becomes the language of your healing. The healed empath understands that solitude is not loneliness. It is communion with one's higher self. They cultivate psychological integrity by standing still in the storm, learning that presence is their power. The more they embrace silence, the clearer their intuition becomes, guiding them toward alignment rather than attachment. Through this process, every emotional trigger becomes a teacher, not a threat. You begin to see pain as a portal, a chance to reclaim lost fragments of your soul. Integration replaces avoidance. You no longer fear your darkness, because you understand it's the soil from which your light grows. This is true spiritual development, the union of shadow and light, empathy and boundary, love and wisdom. The empath who once absorbed everyone's energy now channels it with intention, transforming chaos into clarity. They no longer seek validation, for they've discovered that real love doesn't demand self-erasure. It celebrates authenticity. When this inner alchemy occurs, attraction flips instantly. You no longer resonate with relationships built on trauma. You attract those built on truth. The empathy that once made you vulnerable now becomes your greatest strength, a strategic, conscious force that allows you to sense, understand, and lead with heart. You see clearly, but do not absorb blindly. You love fiercely, but do not lose yourself. You stand as both healer and guardian of your energy, embodying the divine lesson that to love others fully, you must first honor yourself completely. When you finally heal the core wound, everything changes not because the world outside shifts, but because your energy no longer vibrates with pain. You stop attracting what once hurt you and begin magnetizing what aligns with your healed soul. Remember, true attraction is born from inner peace, not need. If this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on healing, self-mastery, and spiritual awakening. 9 steps to feel safe inside and trust yourself again. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt disconnected from yourself, like your inner world no longer feels safe to rest in? In a time when the world moves faster than our hearts can follow, Learning to rebuild trust within ourselves isn't just healing, it's liberation. In today's video, from Spiritual Wisdom, we'll explore 9 powerful steps to feel safe inside and trust yourself again, so you can move through life with peace, confidence, and clarity. As you listen, ask yourself, which part of you is still waiting to feel safe enough to shine? Comment below. With your thoughts, your journey may inspire someone else's healing. 1. Listening to the quiet voice within. You've spent so many years surviving instead of living, holding your breath through every storm, waiting for the world to feel safe before you could finally exhale. Yet as Carl Jung said, what you resist not only persists, but grows stronger. The fears you try to bury, the emotions you refuse to feel, they don't disappear. They linger quietly in your body, shaping your decisions, your relationships, and the way you see yourself. The first step towards spiritual awakening is not escaping your pain, but listening to it, not suppressing your emotions, but understanding what they're trying to tell you. This is where healing begins, when you stop running from yourself and start listening to the gentle whisper that has always been guiding you from within. That inner voice is subtle, yet powerful. It doesn't compete with the noise of the world or the criticism in your mind. It speaks softly, through intuition, through the quiet pull in your heart that says, "This is right for me," or "Something here doesn't feel true." It is the voice of your soul, calm and kind, waiting for you to remember it exists. The loud voice of fear will always demand your attention. It's anxious, impatient, and judgmental. But the quiet one, the one that feels like peace, even when life feels uncertain, that's the voice of truth. Spiritual wisdom teaches that listening to this voice is the foundation of trust in life, trust in your path, and most importantly, trust in yourself. To feel safe inside again, you must learn to listen without judgment. When fear arises, don't silence it or fight it. Instead, meet it with compassion, the same way you would comfort a frightened child. This gentle approach transforms fear into understanding, and understanding into self-trust. Carl Jung believed that the soul speaks through symbols, emotions, and dreams. And when you give yourself permission to listen, you reconnect with that deep intelligence that never stopped guiding you. Every time you choose self-compassion over self-criticism, you create a small miracle. You tell your body and mind, "It's safe to rest now. It's safe to be me." Over time, this consistent act of inner listening becomes a spiritual practice. You begin to realize that spirituality is not about escaping reality, but about being fully present in it, breathing, observing, and responding from a place of love instead of fear. Spiritual awakening is not a dramatic event. It's the slow, tender process of remembering who you are beyond the noise, the trauma, and the survival patterns. You start to notice that your peace doesn't depend on external control, but on internal alignment. You begin to trust that the same energy that moves the stars and tides also moves through you, whispering, "You are safe. You are loved. You are enough." Each time you pause to listen to that voice, you rebuild your inner foundation. You begin to trust your own timing, your own rhythm, your own sense of what feels right. The outer world may still test you, but the storms no longer define you because your roots are deep within your own being. This is the essence of spiritual awakening, realizing that safety isn't something you find, it's something you remember. And when you return to that quiet place inside, where your soul gently speaks and your heart finally feels at home, you awaken to the truth that trust was never lost. It was only waiting for you to listen. 2. Understanding the inner walls. The walls you built within yourself were never mistakes. They were sacred forms of protection, silent witnesses of your strength during moments when life felt unsafe or uncertain. Carl Jung reminds us that these defenses are not enemies to destroy, but memories of survival, evidence of how the soul adapted to protect what was most vulnerable. When you stop fighting them and instead sit beside them with understanding, something shifts. You begin to see that healing doesn't happen by force. It unfolds through compassion, through the gentle act of thanking your defenses for keeping you safe when you didn't know how to protect yourself. When you learn to approach your inner barriers with tenderness, they start to lose their heaviness. You realize they were never meant to imprison you, but to guard the fragile parts of your heart until you were strong enough to face life again. In spirituality and spiritual development, this is the sacred turning point when you stop running from your pain and start listening to it. The walls that once kept the world out begin to reveal their purpose. They were not built out of weakness, but out of a deep instinct for survival. Every wall holds a story, a moment of fear, loss, or betrayal that shaped the way you learned to protect yourself. Instead of judging these stories, learn to honor them. Behind each defense lies a younger version of you, scared yet deeply wise. When you meet this version with love instead of criticism, you begin to integrate the fragments of your soul that were once scattered by pain. This is the essence of Jung's teaching on individuation, the journey toward wholeness through embracing every part of yourself, including the wounded and hidden ones. The more you resist your defenses, the more power they hold. But the moment you acknowledge them with love, they begin to dissolve, not as enemies defeated, but as guardians finally at rest. When old patterns rise, the urge to retreat, to overthink, to control pause, and whisper inwardly, "Thank you for protecting me when I couldn't protect myself." This is not weakness, but the highest form of strength. Through gratitude, you rewire your relationship with pain. Through compassion, you transform resistance into acceptance. Gradually, your walls no longer confine you. They evolve into sacred boundaries that honor your peace and protect your energy. Your inner world softens when love becomes your foundation. You start to live with more trust, more openness, and more awareness of your inner power. The walls that once separated you from others become bridges to deeper understanding. In the light of spirituality, every defense turns into wisdom, every scar into strength. And as your heart learns to feel safe again within itself, you rediscover the quiet truth that healing was never about becoming someone new. It was about remembering that you were always whole, even when hidden behind your walls. If this message resonates with your soul, say it out loud. I am ready to break down my inner walls. I am safe within myself, and I trust the wisdom that guides me. 3. The gift of slowing down. Carl Jung once said, "Hurry is not of the soul," reminding us that when we slow down, we don't lose time. We return to ourselves. In a world obsessed with speed, constant noise, and endless achievement, slowing down becomes an act of rebellion and healing. It allows your nervous system to remember peace, your mind to find clarity, and your soul to breathe again. When you stop rushing to become someone or to reach somewhere, you realize that presence is not the absence of action. It's the alignment of your being with the rhythm of life itself. Rest is not laziness. It's presence in its purest form. Every time you pause to breathe, to feel, to notice the world around you, you strengthen your connection with the only moment that truly exists, this one. In stillness, something magical happens. You begin to reconnect with your body, your breath, and your essence. You start to feel what you've been avoiding and see what's been waiting to be acknowledged. You discover that safety isn't found in control, success, or certainty. It's found in calm awareness, in the simple knowing that you are okay right here and now. This awareness becomes a quiet sanctuary inside you, a space untouched by chaos, where peace lives not as an idea, but as a living presence. As you slow down, the walls between your conscious and unconscious begin to soften. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reveals that it's only in stillness that the voice of the unconscious can rise to the surface. The more you listen, the more you understand the language of your own soul, whispering what it truly needs to feel whole again. Every slow breath is a bridge that brings you back home to yourself. You begin to feel grounded in your body, rooted in the now, no longer chasing or running from life. The world outside might still spin at its usual speed, but inside, you create a rhythm that's steady and safe. You stop treating rest as something you must earn and start recognizing it as your birthright. The paradox is that by slowing down, you actually begin to move with more purpose, clarity, and grace. You no longer react, you respond. You no longer hurry, you harmonize. You realize that peace was never missing. It was just buried beneath the rush to become someone you already are. And as you honor stillness more deeply, you find that time expands. The small moments, a warm ray of sunlight, the sound of your breath, the beat of your heart, become sacred again. You start to trust that everything unfolds in divine timing, that you don't need to force what's meant for you. In that surrender, you awaken to a quiet truth. The soul was never meant to race. It was meant to remember. To feel safe inside is to know that life moves through you, not against you. When you slow down enough to truly listen, you realize that peace is not something defined. It's something you return to again and again in the stillness of your own being. 4. Meeting your inner child. Your younger self still lives deep within you, quietly holding the memories of what love and safety once meant. That child remembers moments of joy, laughter, and warmth, but also the times when trust was broken, when love felt uncertain, and when fear became the only form of protection. Carl Jung once said, "In every adult, there lurks a child, an eternal child, something that is always becoming." To meet that inner child is to meet the forgotten truth of your soul. It's not about going back to the past, but reclaiming the part of you that still believes in tenderness, curiosity, and wonder. This is not only psychology, it is spirituality in its purest form, the sacred journey of returning home to yourself. When you approach your inner child with gentleness, you begin to rewrite the emotional story that shaped you. Whisper softly to them, "You're safe now." With those words, the old tension starts to melt. The body relaxes. The heart opens. You are telling every cell in your being that the chaos is over. This act of self-reassurance becomes the foundation of healing. It is a quiet yet powerful declaration that love no longer depends on others. It flows from within. Through this awareness, you step into spiritual awakening, where peace replaces survival and softness replaces fear. The inner child carries both your pain and your potential. Jung believed that wholeness comes not from perfection, but from integration, uniting the child and the adult, the joy and the sorrow, the shadow and the light. By embracing the parts of yourself you once denied, you dissolve the walls between who you were and who you are becoming. This merging of opposites is what allows your soul to expand. It is not about fixing the past, but about understanding that every wound once held wisdom. Every heartbreak taught resilience, and every moment of fear was only a call for love. As you reconnect with that younger version of yourself, old emotions may surface, perhaps tears, perhaps laughter, perhaps a silence so deep it feels like time itself is breathing through you. Don't turn away. Sit with it. Listen to the voice that says, "I'm scared," or "I miss being loved." Then from the strength of your present self, answer softly, "I'm here now." This dialogue between your past and present self builds a bridge of trust inside you. Slowly, that trust becomes your anchor. It allows you to walk through life grounded, calm, and open-hearted. In this sacred meeting between your inner child and your awakened self, transformation unfolds naturally. The creativity that once hid behind fear begins to rise again. The playfulness you thought you lost starts to return. The heart remembers how to trust, and through it all, you realize that your spiritual awakening is not about escaping pain, but about embracing it with love so complete that nothing remains unloved. Your inner child does not need saving. They only need to be seen. When you finally see them, when you hold them without judgment, the fragmented parts of your soul begin to unite. And in that unity, you rediscover the radiant wholeness that was always waiting for you. Have you ever tried to reconnect with your inner child, the part of you that still believes, still dreams, and still feels deeply? If you have, share what you discovered in the comments below, so others can be inspired by your healing journey. If not, comment, "I will begin," to take this first gentle step toward trusting yourself again. 5. Allowing feelings to breathe. Feelings don't disappear when you ignore them. They wait patiently beneath the surface, longing to be acknowledged. As Carl Jung wisely said, "What we resist persists." Every emotion you experience carries a hidden message meant to guide your spiritual development and inner balance. Sadness softly whispers that you need rest. Fear calls for reassurance and safety. Anger seeks understanding and clarity. When you allow yourself to feel without judgment, you create space for healing to unfold naturally. Instead of labeling emotions as good or bad, let them breathe, let them speak, and let them move through you like waves returning to the ocean. Suppression traps pain inside the body, but awareness sets it free. This is not about indulging emotions or drowning in them. It's about allowing them to exist, to move, and to teach you what they came to show. Every feeling has its own rhythm, and when you breathe with it rather than fight it, transformation begins. Take sadness when you allow it to flow. It cleanses the heart and restores peace. Letting fear be seen brings courage, because facing it reveals your own strength. Meeting anger with compassion turns fire into power, showing you where your truth has been silenced. When you treat emotions as sacred messengers instead of burdens, you stop being a prisoner of your inner storms. You become the calm center that observes without losing control. This practice is the essence of spirituality, not escaping the human experience, but embracing it fully until it becomes a doorway to wisdom. So when discomfort rises, breathe deeply and remind yourself, this too is energy wanting to move. Speak kindly to your feelings. Tell your fear it's safe to relax. Tell your sadness it can rest now. Tell your anger that you're listening. As you do, the heaviness starts to lift because emotions lose their power when they are met with awareness. Integration begins here when you stop dividing yourself into acceptable and unacceptable parts. You learn that feeling deeply does not make you weak. It makes you real, alive, and whole. In this gentle surrender, you begin to feel safe inside your own being again. And that is where true spiritual development takes root, in the quiet courage to let your heart feel, heal, and finally breathe. 6. The power of honest reflection. Healing begins when you find the courage to face yourself with honesty and tenderness, because true transformation doesn't happen through pretending to be fine, but through the quiet bravery of acknowledging what hurts. Carl Jung once said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." These words carry timeless spiritual wisdom, reminding you that inner light is not something you chase. It's something that appears naturally when you stop running from your shadows. Honest reflection is not about blaming yourself or labeling your pain. It's about saying to yourself, this is what I feel. This is where I am. In that moment of gentle awareness, shame begins to loosen its grip, and what was once heavy starts to feel lighter. When you sit in stillness and allow your truth to surface, you begin to see that your wounds were never your weakness. They were your teachers. Jung believed that what we fail to make conscious will continue to shape our lives without our awareness, and we will call it fate. This means that every time you face your fears, instead of suppressing them, you take your power back. Every time you listen to your sadness, instead of judging it, you invite healing into the places that once felt forgotten. Honest reflection opens the doorway between who you are now and who you are becoming, teaching you that awareness itself is the medicine your soul has been waiting for. To reflect honestly is to meet yourself with compassion instead of criticism. It's sitting quietly and saying, I see the fear, I see the anger, I see the grief, and I still accept myself. In that act of self-acceptance, your nervous system relaxes, your heart softens, and your spirit begins to remember what safety feels like. You start to trust yourself again because you no longer abandon your emotions when they arise. You realize that healing doesn't mean never feeling pain again. It means no longer fearing the presence of pain. Through this process, what was once dark begins to reveal its hidden beauty, and what was once chaotic begins to make sense. Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us that enlightenment is not about perfection, but wholeness. To make the darkness conscious is to honor every part of your being, the one who is learning, the one who is tired, the one who is still afraid. As you bring these parts into awareness, something miraculous happens. Shame dissolves, and peace quietly enters. The more you allow yourself to see clearly, the less you need to hide. And in that clarity, you find freedom, the kind that no one can give or take away. The truth is, you don't heal by becoming someone new. You heal by remembering who you already are beneath the layers of protection. So, when you feel lost or uncertain, return to yourself. Sit with your feelings without running. Listen without judgment, and breathe into your truth. You will begin to notice that your reflection, once filled with pain, now carries light. For as Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Through honest reflection, you no longer let fate control you. You become the conscious author of your own becoming. If this message about honest reflection spoke to you, take a moment to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below. Let's grow together in truth and spiritual wisdom, one honest reflection at a time. 7. The beauty of boundaries. Boundaries are not barriers. They are sacred expressions of self-respect and emotional clarity. As Carl Jung taught, wholeness is the art of living in alignment with your true self, not the self shaped by fear, guilt, or the need for approval, but the one that knows peace is more valuable than being liked. When you honor your limits, you are sending a message to your soul that your inner harmony matters more than external validation. This is not selfishness, it's self-preservation. It's a form of spiritual awakening that teaches you to value stillness over chaos, authenticity over pleasing others, and peace over performance. Your boundaries become invisible threads of energy that define where you end and the world begins, allowing your heart to rest in safety and your spirit to breathe freely. Boundaries are not cold lines that push people away. They are living bridges that connect your soul to truth. Every no you speak from a calm heart becomes an affirmation of your worth, and every yes you give from alignment becomes a gesture of love. When you learn to say no without guilt and yes without fear, you step into spiritual wisdom, the kind that flows from deep inner awareness. It's the realization that your energy is sacred and that what you allow into your life shapes the rhythm of your entire being. A weak boundary scatters your energy, but a clear one gathers it back into power. It's like the riverbanks that hold the flow of water. Boundaries don't stop the current, they guide it. Carl Jung reminded us that healing the psyche requires integrating the shadow of those hidden aspects we once abandoned to survive. Setting boundaries is one of the most loving ways to begin that integration. When you draw a line and say, "This is what I need to feel safe," you are reclaiming your inner child, protecting the part of you that once felt unseen or overextended. That act of self-protection becomes an act of self-love. And self-love is the beginning of every true spiritual awakening. You start to understand that safety doesn't come from others agreeing with your choices. It comes from trusting yourself enough to stand by them. Boundaries turn fear into faith that your truth is enough, that your peace is worth guarding, and that your energy deserves to be honored. As you deepen in this awareness, you'll notice that your relationships begin to shift. Those who are meant to walk with you will honor your boundaries because they sense the respect you hold for yourself. Those who cannot will naturally drift away, and you will bless them without resentment. The moment you stop abandoning yourself for others is the moment the universe stops sending lessons of betrayal and begins sending mirrors of respect. This is the quiet power of spiritual wisdom, knowing that the world outside you rearranges itself to match the peace within you. Every time you choose yourself with love instead of fear, you rise higher in consciousness. Boundaries, then, are not walls that divide. They are the architecture of inner freedom, the structure through which your soul learns to live with both openness and strength. 8. Reconnecting with the present moment. Safety doesn't exist in the past or the future. It only exists in this moment. The mind loves to wander between what was and what could be, but the soul only breathes now. Carl Jung said, "Those who look outside dream. Those who look inside awaken." And this awakening happens the moment you stop chasing after control and begin to feel what is right in front of you. In this breath, in this heartbeat, in the quiet rhythm of being alive, you return to the simplicity of existence. Stillness is not emptiness. It's the hidden home of your spirit, the space where peace begins to speak softly again after years of noise. When you allow yourself to simply be without judging, fixing, or rushing, you reconnect with the core of your being, the silent presence that never left you. In spirituality, the greatest act of courage is not to conquer your fears, but to come back to yourself over and over again, to feel the air entering your lungs, to sense the pulse within your chest, and to witness your thoughts without drowning in them. When you do, life no longer feels like something to survive, but something to experience. The present moment becomes a sacred bridge that leads you out of anxiety and back into trust. It teaches you that peace is not earned through effort. It is revealed through awareness. You start to understand that control is an illusion, and that safety is not something you build around you, but something you awaken within you. This is spiritual development in its truest form, the gradual remembering that you were never broken, only distracted. As you breathe deeper into the now, your nervous system softens, your thoughts lose their sharp edges, and your heart begins to trust its own rhythm again. The more you practice presence, the more your body feels like home. You learn to respond instead of react, to listen instead of escape, and to live instead of merely exist. Even in silence, you begin to feel a quiet dialogue between your soul and the universe, a conversation that reminds you that everything is connected and you are held by something greater than fear. Spirituality, then, is not an escape from reality, but the art of living fully inside it. When you return to this moment with gentleness, life greets you with calm clarity. You stop searching for safety outside yourself and realize that it has always been waiting here in your breath, your awareness, your stillness. And from this sacred place, the journey of trusting yourself begins again. To reaffirm your connection to the present, take a deep breath and anchor yourself here now. Comment below, "I am fully present," to declare your intention to live with awareness and inspire others to do the same. 9. Letting yourself be seen, even by you. Stop trying to fix yourself and start learning how to truly see yourself. When you finally stop asking, "What's wrong with me?" and gently whisper, "What if I don't need to be fixed?" something deep inside begins to breathe again. In this quiet moment of surrender, you realize that healing is not about changing who you are, but about meeting yourself exactly where you are. As Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom reminds us, wholeness is found not in perfection, but in embracing opposites light and shadow, strength and vulnerability, courage and fear. Every part of you deserves to exist. When you stop rejecting your emotions and instead listen to what they are trying to tell you, You transform pain into understanding and chaos into clarity. You begin to understand that acceptance doesn't stop growth. It refines it. Acceptance is what allows growth to evolve into peace. You no longer chase safety in people, achievements, or validation because you begin to sense that safety has always been within you, waiting for your permission to return. You learn to soothe yourself with gentleness instead of judgment. When anxiety rises, you take a deep breath and whisper, "I am here for you." When your mind criticizes, you respond with compassion instead of punishment. Each small act of kindness toward yourself becomes a brick in the foundation of inner security. And when the old patterns appear, the perfectionism, the self-blame, the fear of being seen, you no longer fight them. You observe them with curiosity and ask, "What are you protecting me from?" That question alone shifts everything. It turns your inner critic into a wounded child simply asking for safety. As Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. You stop trying to erase your past or hide your scars because they are not proof of your brokenness, but evidence of your becoming. You begin to live from a softer strength, one that does not need to prove, perform, or please. With time, you understand that letting yourself be seen does not mean exposing your pain to everyone. It means refusing to hide from yourself. It means standing before the mirror and saying, "I see you. I'm staying." That is self-trust. That is the moment your heart starts to feel safe again. Acceptance becomes your daily practice, not a final goal, but a way of living, breathing, and relating to the world. And as you keep choosing this softness, you discover the truth Jung always hinted at. Safety was never something to find outside. It was, and always will be, the quiet strength that lives faithfully within you. True healing begins when you no longer seek safety outside of yourself, but remember that peace was within you all along. Every time you choose self-trust over fear, you rebuild the foundation of your inner world. As Carl Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. So, let this be your reminder: you are safe, you are guided, and you already have everything you need within. If this message spoke to your soul, please like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on notifications so you won't miss our upcoming videos. Together, let's continue this journey of awakening and self-trust.